time versus allowing people the chance to talk. I think a lot of us undermine how much there is out there to talk about when you're in when our community of people are faced with the moral disorder that like the one that has engulfed our country. So ideally, these meetings could probably, in theory, be every week, but when you do it every other week, we think that it might just be good. Maybe we can think about conducting the business within 4 hours and then having an open mic. Like Ato said, I've been in some of these meetings where I think one of the most legendary ones was one I actually was up until 12 midnight, and some people were still on the meeting. They were still on the Zoom and on the Zoom conference. I just wanted to see. For me, it was a matter of just seeing how tenacious our people would be. And I saw that some of the people who were actually on till like 12 midnight were actually in Europe. And I was like, these guys have just stayed up. And I thought to myself, if they can stay up just to chat with their brothers and sisters and stuff like that, and I still even have time to sleep, but what about them staying up till like 6 a.m.? So, Jojo, like Francis said, it's a tricky one, and many of us like to get time, structured. But if you have other ideas, and we'll continue to walk through and see how we can eventually make them structure them a little bit more efficiently.
Do we want to officially start with the rules and everything, or do you want us to do this as a pre-discussion?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to comment with regards to the number of people participating now or at the start. I don't know how many of you, for example, we have about 27 now. If we are in different forums worldwide, if in case we can increase our numbers by sharing the link in the different forums, it will be helpful. So every time at the start of the meeting, so that people can also join. It will be helpful. So that's just a comment I wanted to make, because I noticed this also in the last town hall meeting.
Are you able to do the Facebook in the
Brilliant suggestion. Just add on that I should share the link that the meeting has already started. I usually do that in mine, and I notice that every time I do it, 4 or 5 people come into the meeting.
Yeah, in every forum that you belong, anyone who is in here now you can share the link there. So, I mean, the Zoom link itself also, one or two people will join me. Because some people come, if they see the numbers always dropping and dropping, they feel discouraged. Although we have very important topics we are discussing here every time.
Okay, that is a good idea. We are going to put that, we're going to be putting that on the chat. I'm going to put that on the chat, including also the Facebook and the others that I believe is being activated now. We're streaming on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube also. Mr. Moderator, I think you have to do what you asked me to do. That is up to you. I don't have the ability on my end. No, just go ahead and do the restream. And then I'll just wait a few minutes to make sure it is streaming before I start.
Minuten werde ich mit einer großen Papiertüte die Runde machen. Also zücken Sie Ihre Füllfederhalter. Und selbstverständlich kann ich nicht machen.
Okay, I'm just waiting. I'm looking to see if it's gone through. So just bear with me. Okay, yes, it is streaming now. Let's just make sure it is public. Okay, good. Yes, it is good. It is streaming now. Let's just make sure it is public. Okay, so everybody, while we get started, we are going to try something new with hopefully it becomes a constant feature to spur our discussion. One of the things we did note was that we all who went to school in southern Cameroon, or in Cameroon in general, never learned our history, right? It was, you could say, an intentional act by the Cameroon government to really keep us away from knowing a lot of the past. So we're going to try to have a little bit of history element going on in some of our discussions most days, just a little tidbit of something interesting about our history that could spur discussion and generally, yes. Yes, I was actually trying to share my screen, so I was making sure I get the real screen, but I'll turn on the camera, but I'll share my screen in a second. I was trying to get the screen share going, good. And so today I just wanted to talk a little bit about names, since names come in, but a little bit of ancient history, right? And I don't know if any of you remember your history about the Carthaginians. They did many things, not the least of which was defeating Rome way later on. But they were one of the earlier explorer civilizations in the Mediterranean. And one person there particularly has caught our attention this time, right? And this is, he goes by Hanno the Navigator. Now, there are lots of, apparently there are lots of Hannos, but this is known as the Navigator because he is one of the first Carthaginians to sail past, one of the first ancient world people to sail past the Straits of Gibraltar. So back in 500 BC, he was dispatched to explore and populate lands outside the Mediterranean for the Carthaginians, right? And he sailed, 60 odd ships, and there's a reason why I put the odd there. We can discuss that later. An Egyptian crew, as to do the oaring, and 30,000 Carthaginians, which were to populate the new lands, right? And to give you a little bit of context, I have on the screen right now what, based on accounts, everybody we thought is expected to be his the journey or the route he took. Most of his stops were in present-day Morocco. Came to Cape Verde, one of the first persons to document Lagos Island. He made it all the way to Lagos Island. And when he left Lagos Island, he turned further eastwards and he caught in the night sky fire, right? Lots of fire burning. And as they got closer, they realized they entered the Gulf of Guinea, and they realized that it was a mountain. And that was what we call today Mount Fako. It had erupted and it was had volcano all the way down to the ocean. So they couldn't get any closer. They documented the heat from the eruption, stopped them from getting any closer. And he decided to name this mountain Chariots of the Gods. In other words, Fako, that is where Fako comes from. Right now, just for context and to make sure that we don't get confused, it's current, it's in the, we know La Republique has decided to give it different names. Its current name, if you go by the Fako people, is Mountain of Greatness, yeah, Mongo Mademi, also known as Mountain of Greatness. But Fako comes from Hano, the navigator, and it means Chariots of the Gods. But it gets a little interesting. It still gets interesting, right, if we think about the history. And I am missing my next page, which is, well, okay. The next page, and I'm going to stop sharing because quite clearly I did not get I did not get my act well together, and I'll share, is he also named the bay, right? And he saw the lushness of the bay area, and he called it fertile dark soils. And this fertile dark soils is what is also known, and that the name there is Amber, A-M-B-E-R, translated. Now, this has gone through the ancient Carthaginians and the Greeks, right? Most of the account of these travels actually came from the Greeks. And that is where we get Amber's Bay, known as Land of Fertility. He called it fertile dark soils or Amber. And thus, when 2,300 years later, Alfred Secker in 1958 founded the Ambers Bay Colony. That is where the name came from, Ambers, from Hano's account. And it was established as the British Amber Bay Colony in July 1884 with Victoria as its capital, and ceded to German New Cameroon in March 1887. We all know what was done in Prussia then. Britain got it back after the war, and just quick history to get us to what we're going to discuss today. Became self-governing in 1954. At that point, the name had changed to British Southern Cameroons. There is a different history for a different day why Britain decided to change the names and split the territory into Northern Cameroons and Southern Cameroons. But as we all know, Britain decided to govern with Nigeria. That did not work out. And in 1954, the members of representatives of Southern Cameroon walked out of the Eastern House of Assembly and came back to Boya, where they became self-governing and constituted the British Southern Cameroons in 1954. Once again, giving context, as the few people who talk later will talk a lot about why we had two choices in the plebiscite and not the third. The Ambers Bay Colony was actually the first state in what they call Gulf of Guinea, West Africa, or Westphalia, right? It was actually one of the first self-governing states after the war. In 1954, it was actually self-governing, and by the time of the plebiscite, they had had two free, fair elections with peaceful transfer of power, right? So it's good we keep that in context when we hear today's discussions for the reasons of the phrasing the plebiscite the way it was. So I'm going to really stop there. I lost my last slide, unfortunately, but I'm going to still go back to slide share because I would actually like to keep, put one of the slides back on that could actually be a genesis for discussion as we continue. So leave it at that. We're going to try to do this little historical tidbits, but I thought that would be interesting lead to today's discussion. But I think we should open it up for general discussion, thoughts, comments. Anybody knows a lot more about what I just said that they want to contribute, that would be great. Jojo Ambazo has his hand up.
Yeah, I just want to, because I actually missed it. I want to know how the name Amber came about, because I heard Comrade Arthur saying that it's also foreign, because I thought it was Chief Dinka who coined the name Amber. Then
no, okay. So let me take it.
Excuse. Then secondly, I don't know if this is a right time for this. I want to know just a little bit about our history without La Republique du Cameroon. Our history that was started, that is a history before we were divided into the French and a British Cameroon. That is a history during the time of Alfred Seca. This is a part that I don't really quite understand.
Okay, Jojo. So I don't know if you have a screen. If you have a screen, I have the answer.
Yeah, just go over the first part of the question. The second part will be answered in the presentation today.
Okay. So I'll go over this again, partly also because I lost my feed. I lost my slides while I got to this point. So as we were talking, Hano the navigator made it to the Gulf of Guinea while Manfako was erupting, and he named it. They saw it, the fires at night, and they decided to call the mountain Chariots of the Gods. So Fako actually means Chariots of the Gods. Now, let me put this in context, by the way. Hano's journey was documented on stone tablets. We're talking about 500 BC. And the people who did most of the translation and writings are the Greeks, right? So we are getting second to third-hand account. So I actually tried to find out what exact language that was. I could not, right? So Fako, although whatever language the Carthaginians spoke 500 years ago, has translated chariots of the gods. Because of the lushness of the vegetation around, we call the land fertile dark soils, which was the word there was amber, A-M-B-E-R, as we see today, which stands for fertile dark soils. Thus, 2,300 years ago, familiar with this history, when Alfred Secker landed 2,300 years later in 1856, he decided to call it the Ambas Bay Colony because Hanno had documented it as Ambas Bay, land of fertile soils. Right. So officially, a British Ambas Bay Colony, and that still answers your question as to the history of the name. It was used by Alfred Secker. It was established in July 1884 with Victoria as the capital. The name changed when it was ceded to German New Cameroon. We all know the partition of Africa in 1887. When the British got it back, and I'm not going to go into details today, when the British got it back, they decided to go with British Northern Cameroons and British Southern Cameroons. Now, the reason, and this would be a discussion for a different day because this actually has documentation, a lot of the correspondence. Britain did not really want to get back into Cameroon, and it thought it was being bothersome, and it knew that very soon, sooner or later, it was going to have to cede the territory, whether independent or back to France or Germany. Actually, the correspondence has actually indicated that Britain was fairly certain Germany would come back for its African territories. So it did not want to invest into the administration of Cameroon. So it decided British Northern Cameroons, British Southern Cameroons, and adults together with Nigeria, the Eastern administration of Nigeria. That didn't last long because, as this part of the history most of us know, Engele and Foncha and some of our statesmen walked away in 1954 to become self-governing in Boya, right? And so we're still repeating that history. And of course, since 1954, we held 2 free and fair elections, transfer of power before the plebiscite in 1961. Right, and that was just said. That is just setting the stage. Now, sorry, I had to go through that, but that was answering Jojo Ambazor's question. I hope it answered your question, Jojo Ambazor.
Yeah, thanks a lot. But can I have this? Because I'm seeing the screenshot. Can I have the presentation, please?
You mean I send it to you or redo it?
No. I'm saying that with the contact the secretary will send it to you in the background.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Right.
Yes. I'll clean it up and post it in the WhatsApp group.
All right,
You see,
thanks.
to me, this brings up one very important issue that we really need to do, which is, I know there are several books that have been written about the history of Southern Cameroons. If you know, one of the critical things that we need to do is to be able to get to a point where we can commission a group of our own people to get our history, some of these facts really straight. And if you do that, the benefit would be that history would then be decided, we'll then decide what form of it has to be taught from primary school, from elementary school to secondary school to university. Part of what Herman just said about the Carthaginians, that is something that, you know, most people are down around the elementary school. It may not really make too much of sense to them and much of a difference to them. The big lie that actually has actually gone around is that, oh yeah, the Southern Cameroons has always been part of La République, as if our history started with the German colonization. And nobody actually tells you that even that whole big German Cameroon, as they said, actually incorporated countries like Chad, Congo, you know, Togo, right up to Togo. And there was a whole lot of horse trading between the different colonies, because of course they were treating us as if it's their farmland, right? I mean, people were treating us as if it was a farmland. So I can take this piece of your land and then just take that other one. You just give me, you trade it with that other piece that just kind of like border my own, or that has my own interest. So I think it would really be interesting to really have that commission to really do documentation, so our people really understand their history. One last thing, the Carthaginians, as for those of you that really know the history very well, these were Africans. And up in Carthage, it's in North Africa. The Carthaginian Empire was actually in North Africa, and contrary to, I was just reading a UNESCO commission, a general history of Africa, which actually has about 8 volumes. I've just been able to read 2, but one of the first volumes that you read is actually giving you what the white man meant in Africa, how civilized our people were, what the institutions, the buildings, things that they have done. So we need to really like go back and actually begin to learn from that lesson and find out a way to be able to get our own history, the way, not from a civil author's point of view, but from commission to actually be something that would be a committee set up by our people, and that people can agree, people should come, that commission should eventually agree on what should go into our history and what should not. That way there is no ambiguity, there's no confusion as to, oh, this is what what this author is saying, and this is what the other author is saying. So we need to, that's really one of the things that I will learn from here and I will propose. He should be joining us momentarily. He just sent me a text. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Obanjo?
Again, excuse me, on suggestion, can we also start correcting the lies that were told to us, like say this person discovered River Niger and all those type of things. At least we can correct that by using the right language, because before those people came there to discover, the people who were already there. But in primary school, we were taught that somebody came from somewhere and discovered Cameroon. We should start teaching our children the right language to use rather than say they discovered the places, because people were already there. Our own people, the indigenous people, were already in those places before the explorers came to those places. I think this will be a good forum for us to be correcting those false education that we're being given. And again, they also lied me in primary school that Cameroon and Canada were the only two bilingual countries in the world. We need to start correcting this also.
So I think we have to contextualize it, Jojo and Bajo. I think the thing there to talk about that to them bilingualism meant French and English, right? Bilingualism did not actually even mean having two official languages. And so to the extent that you talk about just two French and English as two languages, yes, you could say probably true, but nonetheless, it is like conspiracies, right? There is a little bit of truth, and then somebody wants to rub one over your eyes by making itself you see facts from it, or whatever their own opinion, which they now assert as facts. And just to come back to your point, your bigger point about telling us that somebody came from somewhere and discovered River Nile and things like that. Yes, you see, the problem is that history is always written by the victors. It's never written by the vanquished. And so if you can actually see America, for instance, people told you that Christopher Columbus discovered America. And, there is a move now in America where people are asking the question, but what kind of nonsense is this? In fact, I'm talking to you from a city called Columbus in Ohio. That was named after that idiot. And people are beginning to rebel. The younger folks are beginning to rebel and say, no, you cannot say somebody came and discovered this country, and especially the indigenous people of this country. They mourn on Christopher Columbus Day. To them, it's a national day of mourning. So many of us as I was mentioning the history, the general history of Africa, which is commissioned by UNESCO, you would imagine that OAU should have taken the lead in this. But at least let's start thinking about our own people, our own history, seen from our own eyes, told the story by our own people. So if we don't do that, then we'll continue to really be looked at because they looked at us like some humanoids, so savages. And when I went back to look at that history, which I implore all of you to do, to try and have the time to read, you will see how civilized Africa was, what some of the amazing things, and how the West really struggled, to make sure and wrote all sorts of nonsense to really be able to say some of the civilization that they met, the architecture and all whatnot, the industrialization, they couldn't even believe. It was far outpacing some of the things that they knew. And they were writing things to really say, no, these savages could not have created this. The same thing that La République is doing to us. So that's really something that I wish the young people really have to know. And not only the young people, all of us. I came out from that book having a different feeling about us. I've been thinking about what the stories I have been told myself. Me who consider myself trying to know my history. I just saw how much I did not know. So it's always good to read. It's good to have these conversations, but we can always have those exchanges. I think, sorry for it just taking too much time talking about this, but it's kind of emotional. And how can it not be when people are writing your history to really emphasize to tell you what a savage you are, and then every good thing about you, they think that is foreign.
No,
That's for UNESCO.
That's a UNESCO, and I am actually UNESCO with the onset of the Corona. UNESCO actually put this whole library. I'm sharing that we have bragging. It took me several years to get the full collection. It's no longer in print, so that is the full collection. But UNESCO actually, and I'm looking for the link. I have the link somewhere. I'll post it. Once I get it, I'll post it on the chat link. UNESCO actually put all of this online in PDF. When the coronavirus hit, they decided to release this library online. So I am going to look for the link, and as soon as I get the link, I'll post it on the chat.
God bless you. This is Reverend John from South Africa. I just want to make a plea to all of us in here. Yeah, we are actually speaking in another man's language, and so I just want to laud the professors, the doctors, and all Ambazonians who are present in the town hall meeting, that we need to get this information, this knowledge, this historical setting, this historical background back to our people. And we can only do that through our own tongue, our own dialect, our own mother tongue, you know. So I'm lauding everybody who can do it, that we can start a campaign, you know, to narrate this history to our people back home in our villages. You know, you say it in Bafud, you say it in Mankon, you say it in Babanki, you say it in Banso, and so that it should go down to the people who need to know this history, because there are. It is often said that history radicalizes the people, because when you know the truth sets you free. You know, they will not come with games and gimmicks and all kinds of lies. So our people will be able to say, no, I know this. And so I laud everyone here to try, so we can start a program, do it in our vernacular, so we can get it out to our people to get this history. Because when they get the history, it will enable them to take meaningful decisions, because there are decisions some of them are taking without the knowledge, because they don't know where they are coming from, you know, where we are and where we are going. So I yield. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Moderator, if I can chime in, if Comrade John wants to spearhead such an effort with the translations, I mean, I think we'd all support and try to. One of the things I notice is the Bible is translated into almost all African languages, but almost no work of science is translated into any African language. Each time you go to church, the pastor is preaching and there's somebody translating into whether it's Mugaka or Mangon or Bafut or whatever local language. You will see, you know, if the teachers in the village were teaching chemistry and somebody was there translating it, maybe our brothers and sisters would do a lot better. So I totally, you know, and this is not to criticize religion, but if they can do it for religion, I'm sure we can do it for all the works of science, history, art, that count.
One quick thing though, and again, our people don't like reading. That is a fact. So one of the things that you can do, since we really want to educate our people, one of the things that we can do is once you get that history, you can cut it in small bits of 30 minutes or stuff like that, and narrate it in, get some people to narrate it in pidgin language or whatever languages that we decide, to narrate that history in languages that people can listen rather than reading. For some reason, our people don't like reading, and it's a fact. The number of people, so if you do the listening, the people, it would serve our purpose much better, which is to circulate it and make people understand what you're. And then for those people who then want to read, there is a print version, but most people would have the audio version.
That's exactly what I meant, sir. That's exactly what I was talking about.
And I think.
Yeah. Yes, I just want to inform those who watch YouTube that I did some videos on this our history, and I've put the links on the forum. So for people, all what has been narrated about the Carthaginians, the name of Cameroon, all those things, those history, I did videos on that already at the beginning of our revolution to educate our people. So for those who would like to watch Radio Amazon, you can go on the YouTube. The links are on our forum, and then you'll see what we put together. Okay, thank you.
Do share it now on the chat and also on the WhatsApp forum.
It's on the WhatsApp forum. Yes.
You're right.
Let me just do the rules first, just so that when we see me, can just get going. As is customary, I know some people have been here multiple times, but every time we come to meetings, there are some that are coming here for the first time, so we always find it necessary to briefly go over the rules that help us allow us to have our deliberations in an orderly manner. So the guest speaker will have an allotted time to give the opening statements. We ask that participants please take notes so that you can easily identify the points that you would like to talk on. All questions shall, as a matter of principle, be addressed to the moderator. We ask that you state your name in full before asking your questions. And we ask that participants have to be polite and respectful and avoid foul language. In fact, there must be self and mutual respect. It is a distinct quality of the Southern Cameroons and the parliamentary system. After speakers are through, the moderator will take a number of questions in specified order. We usually take 5 questions at a time. And participants are required to put their hands up and to put them back down after they're done asking their questions. To enable others have a chance, ask only one question. All microphones shall remain muted when the speaker is on the floor. And if someone has asked a question you had in mind, please be courteous enough to yield a chance to someone else, and that will save time. And then each speaker has only 1 minute to ask a question. That means question must be direct and straight to the point. And then the guest speaker will take 5 minutes to answer the cluster of questions as previously mentioned. And then at the end of the meeting, there'll be room for people to make observations and comments. So we ask that during the question and answer time, if you have observations and comments, please hold on to them. And then lastly, no bullying and no insults. Anyone using the chat room abusively will be sent out. Thanks. Dr. Emma, I think you can introduce Prof now.
All right, thank you. What a privilege to welcome our very own Professor Kausana Yangwe, one of those you really can rightly call the godfather of this revolution. As all of you may know, Prof holds a law degree from Yaoundé University, also studied in University of Strasbourg in France, and his PhD at the University of London in England. And he's been a research professor and has done several, written several books, taught in many, many places, including Cameroon, South Africa, Swaziland, Zambia, and the list just goes on. And it just keeps on. Prof is also one of those on the commission been here educating us, making sure that he doesn't just interact with the older generation, but interacting with the younger generation to pass on his knowledge is Professor Anyangwe. And Prof, it's an honor and a privilege to be with you. And you are an encyclopedia of our history. And I don't want to take too much time. I just want to let the people drink from the source. So you're welcome, and thank you very much for accepting to do this history lesson for all of us.
Well, thank you very much, Edmund. Without further ado, let me say it is a privilege for me to be here and to make this presentation, which I've been requested to do. The plebiscite in the southern Cameroons is a very, very complicated issue. Often, people just look at the end result and they look at the 11th of February and say, what, do we vote for Nigeria or do we vote for French Cameroon? And that most people, that's all they know about the plebiscite. But before I go on to talk about that, and in the context of the issue of the plebiscite, let me say, and let me submit to you the following historical facts around the world. If you look at Europe, you notice that the world's colonizing powers came from Europe. Belgium, Britain, France, Holland, Portugal, Spain. These are all European colonial adventurers. What they did was they found out in Africa, in the Middle East, South America, North America, and in the Far East. These adventures came on the heels of territorial claim in Europe itself by a number of European countries. You remember, Norway came under Sweden. Many people don't realize that. Ireland came under Britain. Belgium came under Holland. Corsica and Nice and Savoy came under France. And that's why Napoleon Bonaparte is considered a Frenchman, but actually he's from Corsica, and Corsica was part of Italy at that time. Alsace-Lorraine came under Germany. Iceland came under Denmark. So these powers, after what they did in Europe, decided to fan out to all the various countries. Second thing I just want to tell you, for you to think about, to bear in mind on the issue of plebiscite or referendum. Now, these words are used interchangeably. Some people speak of plebiscite, others say referendum. So just bear the following point, just bear the following in mind. You all remember Bougainville. Bougainville is island, a group of islands in Papua New Guinea. The inhabitants of Bougainville are just 300,000 people. And the territory is just 10,000 square miles. Now, an independent referendum was held there in November 2019, after 9 years of separatist war. What was put to them? The choice was independence or greater autonomy within Papua New Guinea. They had two choices: independence or greater autonomy within Papua New Guinea. 98% of the people voted for independence. Only 2% voted for autonomy. Consider New Caledonia. New Caledonia, you remember, is French territory. Its population is barely 270,000 people. It has had two referendums. First in 2018, and then in 2020. So Caledonia, which is a French territory, has had two referendums or plebiscites, 2018 and 2020. What was the choice that was given to those people? Do you wish to be independent? Or do you wish to remain part of France? Interestingly, 53% in the 2020 referendum rejected independence and said they wanted to remain part of France. In the earlier referendum of 2018, 56% rejected independence and said they want to remain part of France. And I bet you there's still going to be a third referendum in New Caledonia. 3, they've already had 2 already. Consider Quebec in Canada. Quebec has already had 2 referendums. And in each of these referendums, Quebec decided to be part of Canada because the choice were, do you wish to become independent or do you want to remain part of Canada? And in these 2 referendums, they said they wanted to remain part of Canada. Now, just consider also a very interesting case. A small, tiny group of islands is called Cuckoo's Killicks Island. I'm sure most of you have never heard of that. It is off the coast of Australia. Its population is just 650 people. Yes, 650 people. And it is just 8 square kilometers. That's all it is. And yet, they had a referendum. First, a referendum was in 1983. And the result was that they had a choice. Do you want full independence? Do you want free association with Australia? Or do you want to be integrated with Australia? They said the result was a consensus vote. The United Nations rejected that plebiscite and insisted on another plebiscite that should be held by secret ballot. And this was held a year later in 1984. There were only 261 eligible voters. Yes, 261 eligible voters. Again, the choice was, do you want to become independent? Or do you want to have a free association with Australia? These 260 people decided that they don't want independence, but they wanted to be integrated or free association with Australia, which is what happened. Here you have 260 people had all the 3 choices: independence, free association, or integration. Northern Cameroons, I'm sure all of you have heard about that. The Northern Cameroons had what? 2 plebiscites, 2. The first one was in 1959. The choice was, do you want integration with Nigeria, or do you want to postpone your decision to another date? And the people of Northern Cameroon said, we don't want to be integrated in Nigeria. We want to postpone the decision for another date. A second referendum plebiscite was held on the same date at which the Southern Cameroon had its own plebiscite. And 60% of the people voted that they want to be integrated with Nigeria. Take the case of British Togoland. In 1956, a plebiscite was held in British Togoland. At that plebiscite, the people of British Togoland had 2 choices. Do you want to postpone a decision on your future? First choice. Or 2, do you want to become part of the soon-to-be Ghana? The people of British Togoland opted to unite with the Gold Coast. It was called Gold Coast in those days, which achieved independence in March 1957 as Ghana. So British Togoland in 1956 opted to unite with Gold Coast, and the united entity achieved independence as Republic of Ghana in March 1957. The final case I want to give to a case study is that of French Togoland. In French Togoland, a referendum or a plebiscite was held on the 28th of October 1956. And the choice that was offered to people was, 1, do you wish to remain a trust territory? Or 2, do you wish to become an autonomous region within the French Union? 93% voted in favor of becoming an autonomous region within the French Union. Guess what happened? The United Nations General Assembly rejected that plebiscite and decided to continue with the trusteeship in French Togoland. Now, given those case studies, as you think about them, think about what happened to us. Where the British were insisting, the British kept on insisting at the United Nations through their representative at the United Nations. His name was Sir Andrew Cohen. My study of this man shows that he was an extremely evil man. He is the one responsible for the plight we have and what we are suffering today. The willing and dealing at the United Nations was by this man. At every turn, he was the one. Now, they cooked up this thing about independence by joining, right? And then I want to just, if you meet any British person, you ask them, the British claim Gibraltar as their territory. They also claim the Falkland Islands as their territory. But the British have said they are prepared for a self-determination referendum either in these two territories, Gibraltar and also in the Falklands. As that British person, what would be the attitude of the British government if the United Nations were to insist that the choice for the people of Gibraltar would be, do you wish to achieve independence by joining Spain? Or do you wish to achieve independence by joining Portugal? It'll be very interesting to see what the reaction of the British would be. And in the case of the Falklands, present them also the same choice. Do you wish to achieve independence by joining Argentina? Or do you want to achieve independence by joining, say, Brazil or Chile? It will be very interesting to see how the British will react. And I can bet you they will say, no, that will not be a choice to put to the people. They will tell you the choice should be, do you want to achieve independence or do you want to continue colonial status with the British? And the point I'm making is, in all these cases, independence was always provided for the people. Make a choice. Or alternative to continue the trusteeship. Why is it that in the case of the Southern Cameroon, this was denied? We're never given that choice. Now, the plebiscite in the Southern Cameroons was held on 11 February 1961. I propose to look at the plebiscite dynamics before that date. And the first dynamics start from March 1959, when the decision to hold a plebiscite was taken, up to December 1960, on the eve of the plebiscite itself. And the second dynamics will be from April 1961, when Resolution 1608 was passed, up to the 1st of October 1961, when the British decided to transfer power, not to us, but to French Cameroon. So the plebiscite process must be considered as a whole, not just looking at that particular date of 11 February. What happened before 11 February and what happened after 11 February? Now, before 11 February, that's my first point. Personally, I've always argued that the UN mandated plebiscite in the Southern Cameroon was unnecessary. It was a diktat. It was an imposition, and it was inconsistent with international law. The United Nations Charter in Article 76B obligated the mandatory, the trusteeship, the trust territory, the administration of the trust territory, to lead it to independence or self-government. There is no requirement in that UN Charter provision that there should be a prior plebiscite before independence. There's no such thing. So that's the first point. In the law of the United Nations Charter, there's no requirement that there should be a plebiscite before a grant of independence. Secondly, the decolonization agenda of the United Nations is very clear that all colonial powers must transfer all powers to a dependent people and leave. Whether the people are rich or poor, whether they're educated or uneducated, that is not the business of the colonial power. Give them their independence and leave. The Declaration on the granting of independence to colonial countries and peoples is very, very clear on this. Thirdly, the law of self-determination is an international norm, and it leads to independence and complete freedom, not dependency status. If people cannot be said to self-determine themselves out of self-determination, that is a tautology, it's a nonsense. Once you accept that the people are entitled to the right of self-determination, as indeed in the case of the people of the Southern Cameroons, the people have a right to independence. But guess what? The long-standing policy of Britain was to permanently sink the Southern Cameroons into Nigeria. Why? Because the British said they wanted better, what they call better boundaries for Nigeria. If you look at the British Cameroons, from Northern Carolina to Southern Cameroons, they wanted all of that to give Nigeria better boundaries. And the British Cameroons was considered by the British as merely material for infilling at the border of Nigeria, so Nigeria can have what they call better boundaries. That's what they said. And that was the goal they set themselves. So to achieve this goal, what did the British do? They manufactured three big lies. The first lie, which they generated and peddled within the United Nations and outside in their diplomatic circle, was the lie that the Southern Cameroons is economically not viable to stand on its own as an independent state. That's what they said. The implication was that the only way for Southern Cameroon to survive would be to be sunk into Nigeria. And to rub this in, the British insulted the Southern Cameroons by saying they were not going to give to the Southern Cameroon what they call the golden key to the Bank of England. In other words, Britain was not going to provide you with any money. So you are going to perish. That's what they were saying. That was the first insult. Secondly, Britain consistently maintained at the United Nations that the interest of the Southern Cameroon lies with being absorbed by what they call the socially more advanced state of Nigeria, country of Nigeria. In other words, Nigeria was socially more advanced, economically more advanced. So the interest of the people of the Southern Cameroon is to be absorbed by Nigeria. And the British saw that as doing us a favor. That's why the British saw it. Third lie, the British told anyone who cared to listen that the Southern Cameroon politicians themselves cannot agree on whether they want independence. And therefore, they have to be browbeaten to accept joining Nigeria or joining French Cameroon as the French, as the plebiscite alternatives. We know, of course, that that was a big lie. It was not true. In view of the outcome of the very representative Manfred Conference in 1959, that conference resolved and they placed it before the United Nations. After the United Nations had insisted that there must be a plebiscite, they said, well, we are insisting. But the choice to put to the people of the Southern Cameroon should be this. The first choice, do you wish secession from Nigeria? Second choice, do you wish integration with Nigeria? That's what the Manfred Conference resolved. Those are the two plebiscite options that resolved, that they said it should put to the people. Now you recall that as far as the resolution of Manfred Conference, secession from Nigeria meant automatically standing on its own as a sovereign independent state. So if the people of the Southern Cameroon, if that had been the choice, the people of the Southern Cameroon, if they opted to secede from Nigeria, that was it. They'll be on their own as a sovereign independent state. On the other hand, if they succeeded to what it was called at that time, integration of Nigeria, which means they were going to be sunk into Nigeria, become part and parcel of Nigeria, like Northern Cameroons has since become. Now we'll see later that the United Nations, led by the British, rejected these two alternatives which were presented by the government of the Southern Cameroons. And the United Nations went ahead to impose shamelessly the choice which we had on 11 February 1961. And in doing so, they took unconscionable advantage of a political leadership not familiar with the intrigues and the wily ways of the United Nations. The United Nations is full of intrigues, willing and dealing. A poor political leadership. They're not used to that kind of environment. They didn't know it. And worse still, Foncha had just come out of a gruesome election, which he won. He had hardly sat on a chair. This thing was thrown at his face. And in the face of all this, the leadership of the Southern Cameroons made a number of requests to the United Nations, which were all rejected. Terrible, all rejected. The first one is the leadership requested that the plebiscite be postponed to 1962 so as to allow the people more time for mature reflection. The United Nations, led by the British, said, no, you must have the plebiscite now. It must be now. We are not going to postpone anything. And yet, the Southern Cameroons was not on fire. There was no war in the Southern Cameroons. Unlike the French Cameroon, where they had a Maquisard war going on there, there was nothing in the Southern Cameroon. It was calm and peaceful. And the plebiscite was not like some live boy that was being thrown at the Southern Cameroon to rescue it from some loss or something. It was a peaceful territory. They insisted that it must be held now. And the United Nations said no later than March 1961. All the pleas at the United Nations, please postpone this thing just for a year. They said, no, we are not. The leadership again said, okay, the grant of independence of the Southern Cameroon should be on the 26th of October 1961. Again, the United Nations rejected that. They were not interested. The leadership again said, look at the outcome of the Manfred Conference. This was the Manfred Conference, and we are pleading, please, let be the option. You have decided it must be a plebiscite. Put this option to the people. Again, that too was rejected. And when the leadership said, in the face of all this, please, okay, just shelve this whole question of plebiscite and grant the people of the Southern Cameroon independence directly. Again, the United Nations said no. And the British were the first to stand up to say, oh, we can't, because you are economically not viable. You cannot stand on your own. What has that economic viability got to do with independence? A country can be as poor as a church rat and yet be independent. That is not the business of the colonial power. Why did they not take the attitude, okay, you want an independence, take the independence, you will die there, you'll get rotten. Why didn't they take that attitude? They did not. Because as far as the British were concerned, it was part of the British maneuvering to make sure we were sunk in Nigeria. Now, given all of this, Foncha then decided to make the best of a bad situation. The plebiscite had been imposed on the people. The date had been imposed on the people. The framing of the question was imposed on the people. The Southern Cameroon had no say in all of this. Foncha could well have just folded arms, okay, fine, go ahead, do what you want to do. But he decided that he had to make the best of a very bad situation. So what did he do? The first thing, therefore, and this is something which people have never understood Foncha. Foncha has never, ever been enthusiastic about what people later start calling reunification or unification or whatever. Never. His position has always been independence for the Southern Cameroons. That has been his position. And even when the situation became so bad, he told the UN, you've imposed this thing on us, but why don't you let us have independence? Then we can discuss on a footing of equality with French Cameroon as sovereign state to sovereign state, discussing the issue of what they call joining. Again, the United Nations said, no, we don't want to hear about that. As pointed out by Albert Mukong in his book, The Case for the Southern Cameroon, which was printed in 1990, Albert Mukong, who was a participant, observer in all of these events, because he took part, he said, Mr. John Gu Foncha and his KNDP were not for unification. Foncha advocated a separate independent state, which would later negotiate unification with the Republic of Cameroon. Page 10 of that book. So when this option by Foncha was again rejected, Foncha then fell back on something. And that something was a confederation. People have imposed that there must be a plebiscite joining French Cameroon, join Nigeria. Okay, I'm going to campaign for a joining French Cameroon, but that joining will have to be a confederation. Remember, the word joining was not defined either by the British or by the UN. They just said by joining. What does joining mean? Foncha had a good sense of taking that issue to London. And at the London conference, which was held, Foncha, in October 1960, Foncha said, if we don't have clarity on this point, I'm afraid I am going to go back to the United Nations and once again put the whole question of a plebiscite into issue. And the British knew, we now know from declassified papers, the British were afraid. If Foncha were to go back to the United Nations, certainly the whole plebiscite thing would have collapsed and independence would have been granted. So the British decided to browbeat Foncha and his delegation. And they said, we are going to provide an authoritative interpretation of the meaning of joining French Cameroon. One, they told a lie. That look, the way the United Nations framed the plebiscite question meant that the United Nations will not accept to go back on it. That matter was closed. That's the first lie they told Foncha. That the United Nations cannot revisit the whole thing about the plebiscite. And the second thing, the lie they told was that look, the choice was definitive. You either join French Cameroon or you join Nigeria. So the whole issue, you can't make the United Nations change its mind on a plebiscite, and you can't make the United Nations change its mind on the issue of joining French Cameroon or joining Nigeria. We now know from declassified documents that it was one whole big lie. Like I said, if our political leadership at that time, which were described by the United States representative, that these were well-meaning school teachers, but still very naive, you know. If they had a survey, they would have said, okay, we are going back to the United Nations, whatever it is. Let them say whatever they want to say. And there would have been nothing anybody would have done about that. Then the British said, look, the term joining means federating. That is the authoritative interpretation of a joining. And it means that if the vote went in favor of French Cameroon, joining French Cameroon, then at an earlier date, there was going to be a conference with representation from the two states on an equal footing. And that Great Britain and the United Nations were going to be associated with that conference. Foncha and his delegation had no reason to doubt the British. They thought these were honorable people. So they accepted, okay, means federation. There's going to be a conference. The United Nations is going to be present. The British are going to be present. That's fine. We sort out things there. So the next step was to take that interpretation of that formula to French Cameroon. And Ahidjo accepted that joining meant federating, and that there's going to be a plebiscite, post-plebiscite conference agreed the United Nations, and the British were also going to be present. So here we are, a people who felt now that they've clinched something from the colonial authority, and they felt satisfied. At the back of Foncha's mind, he was going to negotiate not just an ordinary federation, but a confederation. And if you look at the joint declaration and the joint communique signed in December 1960 between Foncha, representing the Southern Cameroon on one hand, Ahidjo and Asale, representing French Cameroon on the other side, you would see clearly Foncha's concept of a confederation. Because there, in those documents, the only 4 or 5 matters that were given to the federal government. The rest of the other subject matters were left with the component states to handle. So that is how Foncha tried to make the best of a bad situation. There's going to be a federation. There was no question of the Southern Cameroon being sunk into French Cameroon, and that federation was going to be a confederation. So you had a situation where, come 1st October, there was going to be an aggregative federation of 2 states, equal in status, politically and legally. And that explains why, and many people haven't paid particular attention to that. That explains why on 1st October, Cameroon Republic ceased to exist as a sovereign independent state. It assumed the lesser status of a federated state on the same footing of equality like the Southern Cameroon, which now became also a federated state. So the two were 2 federated states within an overarching federation. And mark you, each time you talk of a federation, be reminded that a federation involves a dovetailing, that's your combination of legal orders, and not a supersession of legal orders. One federated state does not supersede the other, does not take over from the other. That would not be a federation. The component states would combine and they will still exist within the federation. And each of them was going to carry on business as it had been before. That is how Foncha went around that whole thing. And that's how we came about the fact that we had two federated states, West Cameroon and East Cameroon. And reading one declassified document, the British themselves were pretty surprised that Ahidjo accepted that there are going to be only two states, West Cameroon and East Cameroon. Because for the British, they were hoping that given the size and the population of the Southern Cameroon is going to be, Cameroon Republic is going to split into about maybe 3 or 4 states, and then the Southern Cameroon, 1 state. So you're going to have a federation of something like about 5 states. But Foncha was able to maneuver all of that and succeed in having 2 states. Legal equal, politically equal. East Cameroon, West Cameroon. That's the first time you have a sovereign state of Cameroon Republic became extinct as a state and assumed the status, a lesser status of a federated state. So these were the agreements that arrived at up to December 1960. And because the British were not very, very sure whether indeed this deal by Foncha had the assent, the acceptance of French Cameroon, they sent a note verbal to French Cameroon for them to indicate that they accept this kind of federation. And French Cameroon replied in its note verbal of the 24th of December 1960 to the British that following discussions with the Southern Cameroon led by Foncha throughout 1960, we agreed that joining meant federating, and that the basis of any joining would be on a federal basis. So federation was now what we call the substratum, the basis of any political association between the French Cameroon and the Southern Cameroons. They confirmed that in a note verbal, and that note verbal was all made available to the United Nations. So with that, the plebiscite campaign took place, and the plebiscite campaign started 3 weeks before 11th of February. And this was what the people of the Southern Cameroon were told. If you vote to join French Cameroon, we'll form a federation with French Cameroon. The federation will be made of 2 states, Southern Cameroon, French Cameroon, and all of them 2 states and are legally equal in status. They were repeated to the people. And Foncha's argument at the plebiscite was that, look, it is better for us to have this deal here than to go to Nigeria, where you become insignificant, meaningless, given the size and population of Nigeria. You actually just get lost into Nigeria. You have no weight politically. You have no weight socially, economically. You have no say in the government. And that argument carried the day. And so the result of the plebiscite we saw was a vote in favor of achieving independence by federating with French Cameroon. Now, let me tarry a little bit on this whole question of achieving of independence. Again, observers have not paid particular attention to it. At least French Cameroon would tell you the plebiscite was about simply joining French Cameroon. That's what they always say. You were asked to join French Cameroon. No, it wasn't that. There were 2 component things. The first and foremost one is, do you wish to achieve independence? Joining or federating was a secondary matter. It was not the primary thing, because the Southern Cameroon, as a dependent territory, could not federate with an independent state. You never have a federation where one of the component state is a sovereign state and the so-called other state coming is still a colonial territory. That would not be a federation. Federation always presupposes equality of the component states. You're either equal, all of you, as dependent territories, like the Nigerian Federation, where each of the component powers were all dependent territories, or you become independent and you form a federation. So people don't pay particular attention to that achieving of independence, which is a primary thing. And that is consistent with Article 76B of the United Nations Charter, which talks of independence. That's also the primary thing about self-determination. So anybody trying to suggest that, oh, you see, no, and that's what French Cameroon has been trying to browbeat people to believe, that the whole of the plebiscite was just about joining joining French Cameroon. And they will even add for good measure that the plebiscite was about what they call reunification or unification. There was no such option at the plebiscite. There was none. Even at the time of the UN, there was no option like unification as an option or reunification as an option. Those are political concepts which have no weight in the legal realm. But French Cameroon manufactures that to strengthen its position that after the plebiscite, we absorbed you. You become part of French Cameroon. That is what they've been saying. But of course, that is the whole lie. If on 1st of October, the Southern Cameroons had declined, we would well have done to say, we are not going ahead with federating with French Cameroon. One, the British would not have come back to say they're administering the Southern Cameroons. Two, the UN would not have said, we are reinstating the trusteeship. So the Southern Cameroons had to be independent for federating with French Cameroon, either simultaneously or before the federating. So that independence, of course, people ask, what does that independence mean? If you look at Article 76B, it talks of self-government or independence. It does not qualify it. It does not say half independent or full independent or 1/4 independent or 3/4 independent. It doesn't. It simply said, you lead a territory to self-government or independence, full stop. Independence in this context means that that territory is no longer a colonial territory. And in our case, it is no longer under British administration and it's no longer under international tutelage as a trust territory. That is what independence means in that context. And that presupposes, because you cannot say a territory is independent, the very minimum, there must be self-rule or self-government and self-identity and preservation. A country cannot be said to have determined itself, and that determination amount to destruction. That will not be self-determination. It will not be independence at all. Let me look at resolution 1608 that was passed. If you look at that resolution, you all know the facts. 64 states voted for and 23 voted against, which was an overwhelming majority of 64. At that time, at the United Nations, the membership was only 100. So you're talking of 64% voted for that resolution. And the countries that voted included all the English-speaking African countries that were at that time independent countries in Africa, and also members of the United Nations. The 64 also included significant states, as well as 3 of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, namely the United Kingdom, the United States, and USSR, now known as Russia. Now, where was China in all of this? Remember, China was admitted to the United Nations in 1945. However, until the early 1970s, China's seat was occupied not by Beijing, but by Taiwan. And it is Taiwan, as China, that voted against Resolution 1608. France, of course, led all the French-speaking countries in the world, in Indochina and in Africa, to vote against that resolution, except for 2 French-speaking countries that voted for, Mali and Guinea. You will recall that the resolution declared that the people of the Southern Cameroon freely expressed their wishes with regard to their future. I submit that this was not true, because the only choice the people had was dependency, joining French Cameroon to be dependent on French Cameroon, joining Nigeria to be dependent upon Nigeria. Now, as I said, that was an unwarranted imposition. So that resolution, if you read it, it makes three important decisions. The first was that it endorsed the decision of the people of the Southern Cameroon to achieve independence. That was the first thing it did. It endorsed the independent decision. That yes, we've achieved independence. We agree, we endorse that decision. Now, the second thing it did was it decided to terminate the trusteeship agreement on the 1st of October 1961, in accordance, it said, with Article 76B of the United Nations Charter. In other words, the provision that the administrating authority should lead the territory to self-government or independence had been fulfilled. That's what it means, in accordance with Article 76B of the Charter of the United Nations. Otherwise, they were satisfied that the Southern Cameroon had achieved independence, consistent with Article 76B of the United Nations Charter. But remember, the fact that they declared that termination of trusteeship was in accordance with Article 76B did not mean that the Southern Cameroons automatically became decolonized. Remember, the date of termination of trusteeship was fixed, but the date of federating of French Cameroon was not fixed. It was just assumed that, well, when the termination occurred on the 1st of October, on that same date, well, the Southern Cameroon would federate with French Cameroon. Moreover, that resolution failed to prescribe necessary diligence measures for the effective and complete decolonization of the Southern Cameroon. I would have expected the United Nations to say, okay, these are different steps we are going to take to ensure that the Southern Cameroon was effectively decolonized. I think they should have added at least 3 more paragraphs. One paragraph would have said the United Nations shall remain seized of the question of decolonization until it is able to satisfy itself that the territory has indeed been completely decolonized. They didn't do that. Secondly, there should have been another paragraph requesting the Secretary General of the United Nations to prepare for the General Assembly at its next session a report on the implementation of the Resolution 1608. Again, nothing appeared in the resolution to that effect. A third additional paragraph should have been a request to the administrative authority to ensure the implementation of Resolution 1608, including the transfer of powers to the government of the Southern Cameroon, consistent with the United Nations 1960 Declaration on the granting of independence. That was not done. So as far as I see it, there was gross negligence, or what I might say, gross dereliction of responsibility on the part of the United Nations. They said the Southern Cameroon, Britain, and French Cameroon should initiate urgent discussion to finalize their agreed and declared policies. We all know the finalization never took place. What was the reaction of the United Nations? Absolutely nothing. The United Nations simply behaved as though all was well, everything was going fine. Even when, after the plebiscite, there was a question of meeting at Fumban, the United Nations and Britain did not even show up there. That was a post-plebiscite conference. They didn't even show up. Worse, Cameroon Republic ignored the Southern Cameroon proposal submitted to it for study and comment. Now, Alfred Mukong informs us that they met in Bamida at the All-Bamida Conference, All-Party Conference in Bamida. And there in Bamida, they elaborated a constitutional proposal. And typically in the manner in which these things are done in English-speaking countries, he said their proposal was going to be submitted to French Cameroon to study and make comments. They will receive the proposal from French Cameroon to study and make comments, and will try to see how they can marry the two proposals. As you all know, it never happened. They did submit the Southern Cameroon proposal, constitutional proposal, to Ahidjo, who simply just threw it in the dust bin, and instead gave to the delegation of Southern Cameroon the proposal from French Cameroon. And Abel Mukong says, they in that group were studying that proposal, believing that French Cameroon was studying the Southern Cameroon proposal, not knowing that Ahidjo had just thrown that away. So Fumbang ended inconclusively. No final decision was taken. The issues were still pending, but there was a common understanding that this whole thing was going to be postponed. There was going to be a reconvened meeting. And of course, the reconvened meeting, despite reminders from Prime Minister Foncha, never happened. And so we found ourselves that on the 1st of September, and parliamentarians in Boya, all of them, Mukong, all of them, they were shocked to learn that French Cameroon had drafted what it called a federal constitution and promulgated it in the assembly on the 1st of September, 1961, and declared that that document was going to apply also to French Cameroon, to the Southern Cameroons. Whereas, if you look at all the talks Foncha had with Ahidjo in 1960, the agreement was that any constitutional text agreed upon was going to be submitted to the parliaments and people of the two countries to pronounce themselves on that document. So, to the horror and shock of the people of the Southern Cameroons, Ahidjo brought up this thing like something from a rabbit from a magician's hat, and said this was a domestic law of French Cameroon. How can they say this thing would apply in another country? Remember, all of this was happening while the British were still in charge in Boya. And so on the 1st of October, another shocker came in now. The British invited Ahidjo to Boya. And did what? Transferred powers to Ahidjo, in other words, to French Cameroon. It was in complete breach of international law. When you are decolonizing, you transfer all powers to the territory you are decolonizing. You don't transfer power to a foreign country. And yet the British, on their own confession, they say it themselves, that they transferred powers to French Cameroon. And the effect of that transfer was that on that 1st of October, as far as the Southern Cameroons was concerned, and in contemplation of law, it achieved independence. But at the same time, that independence was smothered, was suppressed by this treacherous act of transfer of power to a foreign country, which now assumed what I would call recolonization of the Southern Cameroon. French Cameroon became the successor colonial authority in in Boya. And it solidified its situation in two ways. One, it moves it in armed forces into the Southern Cameroon. Remember, the Southern Cameroon never had any army, never had any military. Even the police that we had in the Southern Cameroon was not, it had only a baton stick and a whistle. They didn't even carry guns around. No. It was a peaceful territory. Ahidjo moved in his troops and by force militarily occupied the territory. The second thing Ahidjo did that same October was to post into French Cameroon a civil administrator. He was called at that time the federal inspector. And that federal inspector stepped into the shoes of the departing British commissioner of the Southern Cameroons. So the people of the Southern Cameroon are shocked and horror found themselves under the yoke of another colonial authority. This foreign state is a neighboring state, French Cameroon. And the fact that it's a neighboring state and an African state has prevented many people from seeing the colonization, because in the minds of most people and most Africans, they see colonization as the act of the white man. The white man comes to colonize the black man. They've never seen or conceived the idea of another black man colonizing another black man. Just like Ethiopia colonized Eritrea, just like Morocco is colonizing toward the Western Sahara. These are things that are done. Or like Indonesia is colonizing East Timor. People always tend to think that, oh, the colonizer always come from Europe. So this is a situation in which we found ourselves. Recolonization rather than decolonization. So I ask you, what therefore is the way forward, given the terrible situation in which we find ourselves? I suggest we have two options. This first option is the one which we're already pursuing, a war of national liberation. And I'm appealing to all of us that we should characterize it as such. This is not a separatist thing. Because we talk about a separating thing, we're talking about separating French Cameroon. People talk of union, when there was never any union between the Southern Cameroon and French Cameroon. So it's not a separatist struggle. It's a national liberation struggle. And that is the name, that is the concept which is clearly understood under international law and other countries that have gone through this same experience, a national liberation struggle. Our fighters are national liberation fighters. They are freedom fighters. If we do not use correct terminology in some of these things, people outside will continue to be confused as to exactly what we are doing. So the first option, we can continue with the national liberation struggle. Come what may, under every circumstances, and be determined like other people that have been determined. If you look at small East Timor, the number of years it fought. And at one time, the liberation fighters had all been disseminated, were killed. We had only a handful of liberators. They retreated into the mountains in East Timor, reorganized themselves, and started fighting back. The leadership of East Timor was systematically eliminated. They elected one leader, he was killed. A second one, he was killed. A third one, he was killed. A fourth one, he was killed. They never gave up. So if we are so resolved that we're going to fight this whole thing, and I always tell French Cameroon people, even if this is going to take 1,000 years, and this is how we must attune ourselves mentally. And I always say, French Cameroon think that, oh, they always boast, they say they have the resources, so they can maintain this war for a long time. It's a lie. The longer the war goes on, you are going to see children born in this war would have become adults, I'll keep on fighting, and that war would never end. And this is what General Nguyen Van Giap told the Americans when the Americans were in Vietnam. He said, you know what? You are the ones that have come into our house, you are fighting us. Superior weapon, overwhelming military might, and all this, and so on and so forth. For us, fighting has become a culture. We have lived fighting. We fought the French. You've come, I will fight you. It might take another 50, 100 years, but that means nothing to us. Because by the 50th year, the child who was born in this war would have become an adult and will be enlisted in the army, and therefore, that fighting will never end. It's exactly the same thing Mao Zedong told the Soviet Union when Khrushchev threatened that they could easily blast China out with a nuclear bomb. And Mao Zedong said, oh, sorry, But we've already made up our mind. Do you know how many million the Chinese are? We've already made up our mind. I will prepare to sacrifice 500 million Chinese for that nuclear bomb. There will still be enough Chinese left to carry on the revolution so that we succeed. And that is the attitude we must take. And if we take that attitude, we can be sure liberation will come. It might not be tomorrow, it might be the day after. The one option. The second option we might want to take, is the judicial option. I've had people who have asked me that question. Why can't we go to court and so on and so forth? And this option looks really very, very attractive. And it now appears more compelling in view of the decision which the International Court of Justice, the advisory opinion it gave in the case concerning legal consequences of the separation of the Chagos from Mauritius in 1965. For those of you who don't know, the island of Mauritius has another island which is called the Chagos Archipelago. It is part of Mauritius. In 1965, the British told the Mauritians, we are prepared to grant you independence. We will give you that independence on condition that we detach that island from you. Then the rest of Mauritius will become independent. They branded the Mauritian political leadership at that time because they were under pressure to have independence. So they accepted. So Mauritius became independent with that part of its territory, the Chagos Island. That Chagos Island, the importance of it is that that is where you have American nuclear base, the Chagos. So the British got that island and leased it to the Americans and declared it a British Indian Ocean territory. Since 1968, when Mauritius got independent, it has been appealing to the British to hand back the territory to Mauritius. Britain has been refusing. So what happened recently? Mauritius filed a suit. A case, advisory opinion was sought from the International Court of Justice. And the court ruled, importantly, listen to this, that the process of decolonization of Mauritius was not lawfully completed when the country acceded to independence. It was not lawfully completed. The court clarified that the adoption of Resolution 1514 on the granting of independence represented a defining moment in the consolidation of state practice on decolonization. The court considered that the peoples of dependent territories are entitled to exercise their right of self-determination in relation to their territory as a whole, the integrity of which must be respected by all states. The court considered that Britain's detachment of the Chagos was not based on the free and genuine expression of the will of the people of Mauritius. And it further clarified that Britain has an obligation to bring to an end its administration of the Chagos as rapidly as possible, and that all UN member states must cooperate with the United Nations to complete the decolonization of Mauritius. It was a shocker for the British. Mauritius, this whole thing British did was in 1965. How many decades later? The court is now saying the decolonization process was never completed. You must go back and complete, and the United Nations itself must assist in the decolonization of Mauritius. Now, could we also take that route? Because I'm very confident that in our case, the court will come to a similar pronouncement, that the transfer of power by Britain to French Cameroon was in breach of international law, and that Britain must go back and retract that transfer of power and hand it over to the territorial British Southern Cameroons. I'm very confident that will happen. However, the Mauritius case got to the ICJ through the AU and the United Nations. And it is the United Nations that submitted a case for an advisory opinion to the ICJ. I repeat, it went through the AU, to the United Nations, and the United Nations that submitted this case to the International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion. 31 United Nations and AU states participated in the case. 31 United Nations and AU states participated in the case by filing statements and by filing motions. Now, if we are to take that route, the first obstacle we have is clearly that we cannot garner support from the AU, which has not even made any pronouncement as far as our conflict is concerned. And the second obstacle, of course, is at level of the United Nations to get that massive support at the General Assembly that will refer the case for an advisory opinion will not happen. And of course, the third one, these things cost an enormous amount of money. Enormous amount of money. You have to hire top lawyers to handle this case. And in the case of Mauritius, they've got one of Britain's top lawyers who was a QC. And this guy really flattered the British when the British was trying to go around the whole question. Oh, we detached it, but the political leadership of Mauritius accepted. Just like what they're saying, or the political leadership of the Southern Cameroon could not decide what they want, blah, blah, blah stuff. Of course, the International Court could not buy this. So we have these two pathways. The judicial route, which I say is quite complex and complicated, if only because we are not likely to garner any support from an AU that has not even lifted a finger in our case, and we don't have access to the United Nations. Mauritius is a member of the AU, it's a member of the United Nations. I was able to use the diplomatic skills to get support in the General Assembly membership. Third, this thing requires a lot of money. A lot of money, I'm not just talking about a couple of thousands of dollars, I'm talking about millions. Because this case has to be prepared over a period of time. Lawyers have to be hired. And the lawyer does not come alone, he comes with a whole team. So we have these two things. And some, you may ask, can we not combine both? As we are prosecuting the liberation struggle, can we not also explore ways and means of looking at the legal route as well? Yes, that is possible if we can overcome the obstacles I've just mentioned. I'm sorry, I've taken quite a bit of a time, but as I said, the issue of the plebiscite in the Southern Cameroon is quite a very complex issue, and it's quite long. There are a lot of detailed things which I've just omitted, I've not mentioned. But I hope I've been able to elicit interest in you in these matters, and that you will be prompted to go and dig more to get further and better particulars on this particular issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Papa. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Mr. Moderator, with your permission, just a second. Is it okay? If it is okay with Prof, while you're taking questions and just a second, I would share screen to put a couple of the historical documents Prof talked about, if that is okay. While
No, that's fine. Excellent. Yeah.
And Mr. Moderator, Edmond here. I think the Professor Fabanjong is also here, who I think really has some other commitments. If I know Professor Anyangwe is with us, and then if he may just indulge, we just let Professor Fabanjong to get his own little viewpoints, and then we just take all the questions or maybe all the things together. I mean, this lesson, this is something that I just cannot thank you enough, Prof. I will make my comments later on, but thank you guys for doing all of this. Maybe for Professor Banjang, I see him also on the video, and maybe Francis can introduce him, and we can go.
Dr. Emma put on the spot. I expected him to do the introduction for Professor Fabanjong. Here in Boston, we rather call him Tata. He's our father and an advisor. Again, as Ato mentioned in the beginning, and Prof is obviously a professor teaching at the University of UMass Boston and in political science. And we're very honored to have Prof join us today.
Prof, you're muted.
Perfect.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Professor Anyangwe, and I'm pleased with your contributions. We have been very, we are delighted. We're delighted to have you open our minds and give us the way forward. Those two options that you suggested. The liberation struggle on the ground, on ground zero, and the legal options. Those are appropriate options that we should all invest our energies, our finances, and our time in. So I was invited to talk a little bit about the complexity of plebiscite, how it came about, and what it means. And so the concept of plebiscite is a concept that it's traced back to the era of the Greek city-states, where the term itself comes from the Greek word plebeian, the people. Plebiscite means the idea that policy should be driven from the bottom up. It's a bottom-up driven process in a democratic, direct democracy, in a system where there's no functioning government, no functioning constitution. But in the case of Southern Cameroons, before 1961, we had a functioning government. We had autonomy, a government that was in place in 1954. And so what we should have had in 1961 should have been a referendum, not a plebiscite. And what's the difference? A referendum is an initiative that comes that is carried out in the political system that has a functioning government and a functioning constitution. So the idea of a plebiscite should have come from the government that was in Boya between 1954 and 1961. It should have come from them. That initiative should have come from the government that was in Southern Cameroons between 1954 and 1961. But as we all know, it did not come from them. It came from the UN and from Britain. The government in place at the time did make an effort, did propose a third option. As we all know, the option that came out of the Monthly conference, they proposed a third option. And that option was for independence, full and all right independence. And of course, that option was rejected. And we were left with two unpalatable options. So here, what this tells us is that the government that we had between 1954 and 1961 was not recognized or was not granted legitimacy by the UN or by Britain. Because if they thought this government had legitimacy, they would have at least considered this option, that third option, because it came from the people's representative. It came from the government that was in place that governed us and governed us efficiently for more than 7 years. Now, arguments that were made by Britain in particular made the point that we were not economically viable to gain full right independence. But there is data, there's evidence that shows that we were generating enough revenues, more than enough revenues, so much revenues that we were actually providing support to Northern Cameroons. Some of the revenues that were actually used in governing, administering Northern Cameroon came from the revenues that were generated in Southern Cameroons. And so that excuse that we didn't have a viable economy, that really wasn't valid. And then in terms of experience in governing, when it comes to French Cameroon and English-speaking Cameroon, English Cameroon was actually more experienced in self-government than French Cameroon. English Cameroon was autonomous for 7 years, and all of us know they had elections, democratic elections, and they lost. They ceded power peacefully over to Foncha. So that in itself was an illustration that we were more experienced in democratic governance than French Cameroon. So if anybody were to be invited to join the order, if the granting of independence were to be based on the experience of the people governing themselves in self-government, then we actually had the upper hand over French Cameroon. They would have been the ones, to whom this option, to achieve independence by joining the order, they ought to have been the ones who should have been invited to go through a referendum, deciding whether they want to achieve independence by either joining us or joining Gabon or Central Africa or Chad. But that was that option wasn't given. They were not given that option. Now, the idea itself of a referendum, of a plebiscite, as Professor Yangwei pointed out earlier, was a violation of the trusteeship agreement. There's no where in the text of the trusteeship agreement that precondition our independence on a plebiscite, on a referendum. The text of the trusteeship agreement handed us over to Britain to administer us and prepare us for independence. What Britain did was, Britain realized that it had a bigger stake in Nigeria, and it neglected us, it appendaged us to Nigeria, and in the process, Britain failed to realize the potential that we had. It failed to realize our potential, our economic and our intellectual potential. And so that led them to this misconception that we were not viable enough economically to achieve independence and stand on our own. Had Britain administered us directly, Britain would have known and realized and seen that we had a lot of intellectual potential and a lot of potential natural resources and other resources. Now, granting us to Britain as a trusteeship territory is tantamount, is equal, is very much similar to the state handing over an orphan or a child to a foster parent, say, take this child, raise that child, and when the child turns 18, then grant him the state independence or no. Now, so Britain had responsibilities to foster us and allow us achieve independence in 1961 when we turned 18. But when that time came, now instead of giving us independence, they conditioned our independence on integrating with French Cameroon. Now, the UN, which played the role or should have played the role of a social worker. The social worker is a government official who makes sure that the text of the law, the regulations and the rules are honored, respected, and followed to the letter of the law. The UN did not step up, the social worker did not step up to correct what Britain was trying to do, to correct the idea that we were not viable enough to achieve independence. And if we're not viable enough to be autonomous, to gain independence, the fault actually was not ours, shouldn't have been ours. The fault should have been Britain's. The UN should have pointed out to Britain that, did you do what you were invited to do? Did you take good care of this child? Did you foster the child as you're required to do? Prepare him, administer him, and prepare him into adulthood. Did you do that? Had the UN asked that question, or confronted Britain with this, hopefully, the most that could have happened would have been, we see that this child is not prepared. You didn't quite do your homework. You didn't quite follow the text of the trusteeship agreement. And so we're going to grant you another 2, 3, 4 years for you to prepare them. Build universities and technical colleges and prepare the administrators so that come 2, 3 years from now, be it 65 or 63 or 64, they will be prepared. You would have done what was expected of you and prepare them, and they would achieve the independence that was they entitled to in the trusteeship agreement. So the UN did not do that. It did not confront Britain. It did not challenge Britain. Now, here we're given 2 options to join either French Cameroon or Nigeria. Now, at the time, French Cameroon was going through a civil war. Nigeria itself was so large and apparently factionalized along the northern, western, and regional political forces. And so joining French Cameroon, a region that was going through a civil war at the time. And at the time, there was, most of us, the literacy rate in southern Cameroon was not what it is today. So many people in southern Cameroon did not quite know what they were getting themselves into. Those that voted to join French Cameroon were not quite informed about the civil war that was going on in French Cameroon. And had they known, and had we known, and the UN knew what was happening. And the UN should have stood up and said, no, but this is too risky. You can't give these people an option to vote, join a region that was going through a civil war. You're getting them to become part of, join a conflict-ridden zone. So the UN failed to do that. It failed to do that. And the process, the UN more or less in the end abandoned us. Professor Anyangwe pointed that out when he talked about the UN's absence at the Fumban conference for inexplicable reasons. And up to now, I don't know if archival documents provide answers to why the UN did not show up in Fumban. To date, at the UN and British archives, there are no conclusive documents that prove that our process was conclusively resolved by the UN. And so this very Britain, the very Britain that pushed very hard to force us to choose between two unacceptable options. This same Britain out in Asia, in granting independence to India, Britain realized that religion was that religious differences have a disruptive potential. And so it cautioned and helped allow India and Pakistan to split. One of the preconditions for independence was for Pakistan to break away from India, and for religious reasons, and for reasons that were obvious. Religion has a disruptive potential. And another value that has a disruptive potential is language. Linguistic differences have a disruptive potential. We've seen it in Canada, and we're living it today in Cameroon. Any intellectual at the time, and Britain, of course, knew this, should have known that allowing us to vote to join a region or part of a country that had a language that was completely different from ours, that would sooner or later become disruptive. And they did not work to address or to correct or to give us another option, different option. The third option that Foncha and our leaders at the time requested, the option to achieve independence, full independence. Now, what this tells us is that looking back at this history and looking back at what's happened today, it cannot but let us know that this was a conspiracy. It cannot but remind us that there was some vindictiveness and some deep-seated hatred. Some Britain, for some reason, may have been unhappy that we put away out of Eastern Nigeria. And for them, this was probably payback time. This conspiracy is still around today. The conspiracy is still there today because despite all of what we've done and the lobbying and the killings on ground zero, you would think that the British government and even the UN would proactively step forward and correct these errors and undo its wrongs. You would think that the UN, which was created to help resolve conflicts and bring peace, you would think that the UN would step forward and proactively issue an ultimatum to French Cameroon. Dictators only respond, most dictators can only respond to ultimatums. Giving an ultimatum with a deadline, if you don't do this for this date, we're going to deploy UN troops. If the UN does that, sends an ultimatum to Paul Biya, similar to what the UN did, what the West did to Mobutu in the early 90s. Biya will pull his troops out of southern Cameroon if an ultimatum is issued. Now, I agree with the points made earlier by Professor Anyangwe, where he said, we have no option but to continue to fight, and we have no option but to pursue a legal, to include in our current struggle a legal option. Yes, if we don't do that, if we don't gain our independence or full right, outright, anybody who's been to Haiti, 200 years from now, Southern Cameroons would be looking like Haiti. Haiti has been independent now for close to 240 years. But if you visit Haiti, much of Haiti looks very much like Bangui, Batibo, dead roads and poverty and people living in shacks. And so if we do not fight to achieve full independence, we will be handing over a future to our children and grandchildren that would turn them into the Haitians of Southern Cameroon, of West Africa, of Africa. Now, we've got to come together and find common grounds with forces in Nigeria. By this, I mean the Nigerian electorate very much sympathizes with us. Even though the Nigerian government, the current government, has not done anything to support or Nigeria has the ability to mediate or to intervene politically and diplomatically, but they refuse to do it. But looking forward, I see that there's potential. There's hope. Come 2022 next year, there are going to be elections in Nigeria, and these elections would possibly, are definitely going to bring change at the helm of the country. And I'm inviting all of us to do everything we can to monitor the politics in Nigeria, monitor the candidates and the parties, and try to see which party has the potential to win, and see if we can work with that. Start now to work with that party. Luckily, we have a large population of Southern Cameroonians in Nigeria. Slowly, we begin working with them, and the Southern Cameroonians who are in Nigeria today, when it comes time for campaigns, could start to volunteer. Volunteer, be it going out, handing out flyers and the like, so that the party that ends up winning and coming to power in Nigeria, that party hopefully could take up our case, could politically and diplomatically and even legally stand up for us. So that's just one thought I would like to throw in here. And I have a family funeral planning to go to, and so as Professor Folifat said, I'm going to take I cannot hang around for long because I suspended other meetings with families to come and give this quick talk and go back to the family meetings. So I thank all of you for the good work you're doing. Let's stay the course. We've got to stay the course. There's no alternative. So let me take leave and continue, and I'm with you spiritually. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Moderator, why maybe we just start taking up. I know that there are like already a lot of hands, and I think what Prof presented to us, if we have a week, there will be more. He won't even be able to answer all the questions. Maybe we start from when Mama comes, Mama can indicate, and then Mama can just you can then just offer her the time to talk.
Just if I will not go through the whole the entire list. Just the members put your hands up, and we'll take 5 questions at a time. And we ask that you please take just 1 minute to ask your question, just so that and if you have comments, please reserve them. We'll have time for comments. I see that 3 hands up. We'll go in this order: Isaac, Zama, Reverend John, Anu Gideon. There's somebody here, just iPhone, it's not identified. So let's start with Isaac Zama.
Okay, thank you so much, Town Hall, and Professor Anyangwe, thank you so much for the wonderful expose that that you've, the history that you've taught us. Well, mine is not really a question, but a suggestion. Even though Francis said we should hold comments, my hand was up, so I just opted to make the comment. Prof, I would like to suggest that maybe you may consider doing maybe some podcasts, and we'll try to figure out, we'll try to find out who can develop apps that will
put these things back. Put these things back to the
that will put these education in small chunks so that our people can use them. I don't know if it will be possible to maybe do something similar in Pidgin so that our parents can really learn this history. Again, as I said, this is very, very useful, and we'll try to see how we can develop apps that would download these programs and then use them to disseminate it to our people. That is just the comment that I wanted to make. And thank you again so much for all you do and for this wonderful education.
Thank you once again. I greet the House, I greet the Town Hall, our illustrious luminary, Emeritus Professor, our historical Bible. I salute you, sir. My name's Reverend John Tinshu. I am the Deputy Communications for Southern Africa. Prof, I just want to find out some pertinent things from you, which are creating a little bit of confusion. Please help us to understand this important idea on our sovereignty with respect to our nomenclature. We have the British Southern Cameroons. That is how we were called, and you've used it so many times. As some of us will prefer to call, some say we should call it British Southern Cameroons, so that we can inform, get the people informed and let them know that it is they're talking about the former British Southern Cameroons at the moment, at the time. I want us to at this moment and time, what is our claim? And as regards international law, our legal precedents to the Federal Republic of Amazonia, because some people argue that there is a legal precedent which gives rise to us being called the Federal Republic of Amazonia. I don't know where it comes. So you enlighten us on that. What gives us these names? What gives us these names and its authenticity? What gives it authenticity? Some people say we are the Republic of Amazonia, according to our godfather, Goji Dinka. Is there a legal precedent to these nomenclatures that we're talking about? Which one is which? Just which one is which? Should we start using Amazonia to assert our sovereignty and let the world know how we have chosen to call ourselves? The Amazonian Sovereignty Recognition Society has just been created by ARC, the Amazonian Recognition Collective Council. So I would like you to throw more light on that so that we can clear that confusion. Thank you so much, Ariel.
Anu Gideon, and then iPhone, and then Jojo.
Hey, thank you very much, brother. I just want to say thank you very much, Professor Anyangwe. Your presentation brought tears to my eyes. That one man, one country has put our people, generations upon generations, with so much pain that one cannot even quantify. It is really sad. But be that as things are right now, Dr. Isaac Zama took what I wanted to bring up here. I think us as I speak on behalf of the dark community. We have our dream of Amazonia is far-reaching, and we have IT engineers who are trying to find a way that Southern Cameroonians can use their intellect in the IT industry to be able to portray our message more than what it is. I think I've spoken to you before about the movie that we are working on. And I think just like Dr. Isaac Zama said, if we could have a time to talk with you to see how we can use your brain to be able to take bits and pieces of this information that you're giving us today, such that we can make it more far-reaching to our people in every language that our people understand on the ground. I think that would be very, 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 very amazing for us. That's all I wanted to say, but thank you very much, and may God keep you to see a free Amazonia.
All right. I don't know what I'm the first iPhone. This is Chief Fonkem in Wisconsin. Two quick questions to the great prof. I want to begin by applauding them for the great education they continue to give us. My question number one is to our greatest Professor Anyangwe. Who or what law mandate one people? Say, for example, Cohen and his Britain to decide or determine what others become, especially when we are all knowledgeable about what just happened with them. Brexit was solely a British affair. So what is the law? Who is that country or person who has that responsibility to determine what other people become? How do we fight this colonial theory? Number two, what is our relationship with some or all of those countries you mentioned that have had similar history with us? Namibia, Eritrea, Timor, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for the impartation. I just want to find out what would have happened had we refused to participate in the plebiscite of 1961. Then secondly, you talked about the judiciary path, but from your presentation, you make us understand that there's no hope passing through the judicial path to gain our independence. How can we navigate that to pursue the judicial cause? And again, you talked about one date you said our leaders asked for the postponement for the day of independence or whatever from the 1st of October to the 26th of October. What's the significance of this very short time? Then we all accepted that we can all achieve our independence, since the option that we're pursuing right now is through fighting. I know some diplomats have been saying that La Republic can never defeat us, but then when I look at again at the Biafran case, they were defeated. What was the difference between the Biafrans and us today that we cannot be defeated? Okay, I think I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, greetings to everyone and the greatest prof in the house. So my question to you is simple and something I've been advocating for a very long time. Let's say the international community is willing to intervene today and call for the Amazonian people to come in the maybe a negotiation table to talk about this crisis. Are the people of Amazonia actually prepared and ready for this time? And if they are ready, who are those people that will stand to defend the Amazonian people, given the fact that we have more than 1 million factions that are fighting for the independence of Amazonia? And lastly is, why has the educational class of Amazonia abandoned the Amazonian people to sink in the ship of to sink in the middle of an ocean when ignoramus are there trying to rescue the ship, and the educational classes like, we don't care? What is the educational class actually doing to rescue the Amazonian people? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. I want to acknowledge the presence of Professor Kas Nanyangwe, because as far as we know, Prof has been one of the backbone of the Southern Cameroonian. Wherever we are today, give thanks to him for his
great work that he has been doing, and he did. The only question I have is, Prof, if we have learned from other revolutions, we can realize that the Biafrans, there was Ojukwu on the ground. The Ghanaians, they were having Jerry Rawlings on the ground, and other revolutions. Why is it so difficult for Ambazonians to have a leader on the ground? Because this division that is happening here in the diaspora, it is because there is nobody. We are like moving like a snake without a head. We need a head. We have learned these things for 4 years now. Without this leader on the ground, we are going to nowhere. Secondly, what is it so difficult for these groups, the leaders, to come together? We know of the ACT, and we know of the IGK, and the other groups. What is hampering us, as the last speaker said, if tomorrow they call us, Ayaba has his own team for negotiation. Sako has his own team for negotiation. Seseku has his own team for negotiation. Morris has his own team for negotiation. What is hampering all these teams to come together? The former speaker asked. So we need that question. So as to, for us to know, we need that answer, so as for us to know where we are heading to. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually get. I'm trying to directly, and it looks like I think it's his whole phone. I just don't know, because even I've called the number directly, and it does just they just keep telling me that that number cannot be reached at this time or something. Just yeah, we'll just wait. Maybe we'll be doing other things and Prof will come.
Okay, so while we are waiting on Prof, so with your permission, Mr. Moderator, with your permission, Mr. Moderator. Okay, thank you for the permission. Yeah, so on the screen now, for those of you watching the screen, I have, and this would, I will put some documents Prof talked about. So the document I'm going to scroll through, and I'm sorry for the scan quality, we'll try to get better quality and post. This is interpretation of the British, I'll call it British governor or the British administrator of the options available to Southern Cameroons. And this was a document printed and distributed for education purposes to Southern Cameroonians regarding their choices in the plebiscite, right? So as you can see, I have a couple of pages of that. Then there is what to expect if you join Nigeria. Now, what to expect when you join Nigeria was a bit more robust, but it is straightforward. It's simply, the summary is Nigeria is a federation. If you join, you become one of the regions, and they are not changing their constitution. You just become a region like the other regions, and these are the sort of things you expect in their federal structure, right? And then I'm going to put it on the screen for Cameroon, and then I would leave it on that screen. Right, so constitutional position of the Southern Cameroons in the event of it electing to become a part of the Republic of Cameroon. So the prelude to this, as Professor Anyangwe mentioned, was Foncha meeting with Ahijo. So this is the British administrator's take on that meeting and the implications for the structure. Right. So for those of you who can read, instead of reading it, it's a bit more interesting. I would let it go. Now, by the way, Ahijo consented to this particular explanation of their verbal agreement, or some of it was written. Right, so we'll leave that part on the screen. I'll leave that on the screen. While we can discuss casually or see if Professor Anyangwe is back.
Notice that Professor Fonkem is here. He's one that has also written quite a lot on the Southern Cameroons struggle. Maybe you know Professor
Chief
Fonkem.
Fonkem.
Yeah.
And I had to just make sure that I tried to actually even reach him. He was one of the ones that we wanted him to come and talk to us, for the people who were there at the time. So if you can just take a few minutes and give us some further perspective while we wait for your friend.
Doc, could you be a little clearer as to what you may be wanting me to say?
No, I think that we're just talking about the whole item here was the plebiscite, and I actually tried to reach you. I'm not sure what happened to your phone. Just happened, which was to have you people, educate us a little bit more about the plebiscite, and more into that, also giving us some idea about what life was like. How do we get ourselves here? And your friend Professor Anyangwe has actually eloquently given us a lot of the historical and legal perspective, but you also have written a lot, as Francis said, and while we wait for your friend, maybe if you have other things that you may want the younger generation to know, maybe just give it to us.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry you were unable to reach me. I think one of the problems we have is that the powerful of this world, and maybe I'll begin with one of the things that Professor Fobanjam had said, that Britain, or that the UN failed to understand Britain failed to understand the viability of Southern Cameroons. I don't think they failed to understand, actually. I think they did not want to understand. There is colonial theory teaches us that somebody comes into your own home because that person believes that you are nobody. He takes control to not eat and so on. I think there was many people call it conspiracy, but I think there was some genuine thing that said that there is a cable that says Foncha. Another person that the UN should have asked. Another thing we need to understand is who is the UN? Then people want gets done. Should have, or the US should have. The options that the Prof gave, from the question that I posed to him about who or what law mandate anyone to determine what any other people become, particularly when we've seen what happened to Britain, our own, that we understand that it is their right and duty to determine what other people become. I think we should labeling. The opponent, the enemy, the oppressor has succeeded in labeling us terrorists and separatists. I think we should take the cue from Professor Anyangwe's speech this afternoon or this evening to know to label our struggle as a liberation struggle, and we are not separating from anybody. Neither are we terrorists. In fact, there are no terrorists anywhere in the world with TV stations and radio stations dressing up in suits and going to the UN and talking. That doesn't happen anywhere. But the question will be, we ourselves using the language about us, are we going to accept the language of the oppressor, or are we going to inform the world of who we are and what language we use. So anybody in any leadership capacity should be very aware of the language they use. I still hear some people when they talk about Victoria or whatever name we're going to give, still say Limbe. No, that name or those names or all the labeling were put there in order to take away our identity. And if you have no identity, you can't fight. We have to work very hard with the language we use. I wonder whether he's back or if there is any pointed question that I should address. Otherwise, these are the only 3 points that I wanted to make now.
Thank you. Sorry for being late. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome, Manfo.
Power, Chief. You threw away me. Okay. We'll talk later.
I see Mama, but Mama's screen is not, video is not on. Okay, it's on now.
Thank you, plenty. I know say at least when we look at the history, at that time where this plebiscite thing will go on, I know we really be of the age where for even understand which they go on. But at least from where to where I don't read, from where to where I don't listen to some people where they will be directly involved, plenty will go on. And I should say because of the lack of understanding where we prepare them for that time, they will get them. To me, I know say they will try their best and they will get all the good intentions. But their best, it will be limited. It may be because of their educational background for that time. And in the course, they will make some errors. But I think say we get a saying for my place, say when water don't throw away, you know say you know fit carry back that water into the vessel. You no need for continue for the cry over the spilled water. All you go do now for see how we fit get water back into that vessel. So I just want for believe say at least people like Prof where they just where they come in where just they don't give we a background of this plebiscite thing, which will happen all along. So I just want to avoid the historical part of it. And which I want for dwell on. Now, which were to me, if you go wrong. One, the first way we go wrong to me, it will be now from the inception, when we want we independence. When we want we independence, they will give we now only two options. Either for join Nigeria and then be as the fourth state in the federation with Nigeria, or for join La Republique. And then the option where they tell we, now say if we join La Republique, it therefore means say we go being at two states of equal standing. And for me, I understand say if we talk say equal standing, it therefore means say you talk now say some states, it no go be where you go get more power than the other states. And for me, the understanding being I say we come together. It may be for do with things as we be used for do and then we go get another place where we go to meet up. It may be for discuss that thing then where they divine both of us. Well, each person nothing do without the other for make the country a worker. Now my own understanding that. But they be denied with that third option. Forget with full independence. And that option, unfortunately, it be been at the option where most of the Southern Cameroonians, they be want them at that time. That one be been at the popular option where they be want them. But Britain being the administering body at that time, it be denied we that option. So now the first thing that way we go wrong for we. The next thing now, the failure for really make sure, say, as we go into this union, we go maintain we educational system, we law, we culture, we political life, we economic life, and so on. That one, it be been a thing where we be get for really put them down, then make both parties, they really agree and take a decision, a concrete decision on that. Well, maybe there's some side, but I never see them. Then the third thing where we go wrong, now the neglect of the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 1608 of April 12, 1961. What we go wrong for here, it been a say, what we be laid down, say the procedure where we be supposed for, where they be supposed to follow, they not be follow that procedure. Because the meeting will be supposed to take place between Southern Cameroons, La Republique, and Britain for work out the modalities for this union. That meeting in Nobi be held, was never held. So they not be implement that resolution 1608 of April 12, 1961. That is another failure. Another thing, it be say, when we be the agree for go into this union, France, where we be like Papa for La Republique, and all the other Francophone African countries, except Mali, they be gang up against us. And at that time, we parents they not be see and saying it go fit be any big obstacle. They not be see say it go fit be any big obstacle. And then the fifth problem, it be say we shouldn't we there with the wait. Say we go get meeting with Britain Southern Cameroon and La Republique. We just see Ahidjo don't bring his troops in. It take over our territory without our consent. And then we keep quiet. To me, those five problems, now it make we with the suffer today. But as I be talk, I believe say our founding fathers, they be think say they did do their best. And it might have been their best at that time. But we have seen that it is not our best. So what should we do? I think say discover. The first thing now for discover an error. When you discover that error, the next thing now for find a way for correct them or for reverse that error where we don't be committed. And I think say now for there where we did now, trying to reverse the error that had been committed. The next thing I say, we don't try for many years. We don't fight for many years. I mean, they don't fight for years until you don't can reach. Yes, under our independence. What do we get for the fight for now, to me? Now, how we gonna maintain this independence? We are no longer fighting for independence because we have declared our independence. What we should be fighting for now is how we gonna maintain that independence. We feel only get with full independence if we bring ourselves up to a status where we fit the talk with other countries of the world at the same level. What I mean by this, I say, we forget the other countries of the world for see how we fit convince them for recognize we independence. So what do we decide for now? For recognition of our independence, no longer for independence, except say we declare ourselves. Say what will we be doing in 2017? That is the Declaration of Independence. Say it be a joke. If it was not a joke, then what we should be fighting for now is for other countries of the world to recognize our independence. Now, how we go do them? We have the independence already. I think that we main focus now, again for being for diplomacy. Knocking at doors for other countries, explaining to those who do not know the situation in which we find ourselves and convincing them to support us to get the recognition that we so dearly want. So now my own that's where I feel talk. For the history, I think say all of us, we already know the history. So need no day for the narrate the history as I know or as I have heard it. Need no day. We know it very well. So that is my own small contribution.
And also for Chief we talk earlier. I said also for Chief we talk earlier. Any of the speakers so far?
Thank you very much, and thank for all the yeah.
Okay.
Oh, my question for Prof. All right then. So my question will be based on identity. We actually talk about and we I want to really clarify them. So I just get two questions. Them. One will be identity. Giving a rundown of the timeline where Southern Cameroons don't get them, and given the fact say maybe it was be linked to Prof. Anyangwe question about whose status as a people. Now we don't know say everything where they don't go through either be uncompleted, false, or get any sort of conclusion. Waity, it don't leave we as Southern Cameroonians. It don't leave we as a people them with a false identity, or it don't leave we as a people that will be stateless. We mean so we not get any place we will be because it show from the explanation say none of the due process be ever be completed. And in that case, waity be real status. Would the class will serve them as who if they say the process not be ever be completed? If we still a trust territory, are we stateless? Or what status do we actually have as a people at this point in time? Or are we a people of a false identity imposed on us from the other person, the other camp? That's my first question. That second question, well, get them that with all these explanatory is there a way where we digest the information in simple terms then, because it shows so get a rich history. We'll not ever study the history for school. The history we study for school that just party politics. Where they will talk about the KFP, the KND, all those little parties. They don't ever tell we real history. So keep it short. Is there a way where if you make the history summarize and where if you keep them in context and in text, where if you fit picking them, where they grow up, where if you read them like their own history, where it will be simple for them to understand their heritage and where they come from. I rest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just have a question to Professor Fontaine on this issue of diplomacy. Diplomacy it be something where it be very, very difficult because if we look for the Western world, whenever they come inside for can give assistance, they think of their interest. I want make we know, say this diplomacy and the side where we dey, Southern Cameroon and Bazonia, we get two countries them where they dey inside Security Council, that is UN Security Council, that's France and Britain. And these two countries them now very, very tough countries them as far as international politics be concerned. With the talk of America nothing ever jeopardized their relationship with France, nor with Britain. So Prof be talk say, if finally we know say we dey on our own. Now say when we know say we dey on our own, if not na God, it will send somebody for touch a mind of one of these countries, the way they did for the Security Council, for take the bull by the horn, for say enough is enough. It forget about the personal interest, for say people are dying, people are suffering, for can assist us. Waity Prof, if you tell we say what to be the next step so that make we Southern Cameroonians not delay emphasis and not delay hopes on these two big guns. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and I want to thank our panelists. No,
You have
not
to walk.
too.
You have to walk away
Oh,
from.
it's okay.
No, I don't. Okay. So I say I want to thank the panelists very much for this enrichment where would you get them today. Some of the facts and where would you get them today, they be facts where they not be in the public square. And we really want to thank them very much for that. Again, a very simple question, and it will go for Mama and the other people them, where they be during that transition. We don't hear say on September 30th, 1961, when the British, they be pulled out for that night, soldiers from Republic of Cameroon, they just enter, come into Boya and occupy the place. At that time, we not be get any soldiers, we be get only with police force for where they be working with buttons for keep peace inside cities. I be want to know whether when the Southern Cameroonians, they will see these soldiers, what will be their first reaction? They will be scared, terrified, or they will try to organize any protest for protest this action. And I want to know whether you should remember when the first official protest it will be launched against this invasion by a Fonchanye government. You should remember, if at all, any protest will be launched against this officially, either to the United Nations or to any other person against this invasion where it will take place. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to just ask them for all them. I thank you all for the talk on and talk. I want to ask them, any of una be vote and una be vote, how una be vote and why una be vote the way una vote. And I want to know exactly why people they be choose for vote for join La Republic instead of still Nigeria. Because only story all the year and I say that Biafran hatred, say when you go for market for go buy a rapper, you touch her, those same must buy them. I don't see that one like a really genuine excuse. Then Mama don't talk some very important things. We say one of the things that we forget for do arrange and for educational for arrange say we we'll maintain educational and judicial system. And when at the core for this fight. I want to ask and say if the key think about this thing, because if to say we vote for join Nigeria, we'll not forget this situation. We'll not forget the problem for judiciary and educational system, because we still get the same educational and judicial system with them. Then again, I want to ask now, say, how Nabkiri celebrate Empire Day in those days? And wait till they tell the people and say the Empire Day be about. And how the people for the other side of Kiri, wait till they do how they celebrate this Empire Day, where they call on today, say 11 February.
Yeah. Thank you also very much. Some the day where I no go fit answer, but I go try some, then I go leave other one them for man for. Why would they wait on Professor Anyangwe? The very first question will be come out from Mr. Gambino. It be focused on identity. Who are we? I think that question be more of a legal issue. And I go leave them for Professor Anyangwe, who is the legal expert amongst us. My my expertise is in conflict analysis. So that one, I'm not going to address that one. But the first thing where I go through away like light and I say identity. Now for conflict studies, now the kind of conflicts where people fight and die, the greatest conflicts are identity conflict. And when one's oppressor, one or colonizer, one colonize you, they change your name. That has been our situation for about 168 years. Earlier on in this discussion, they talk about Ambazonia. For the first time, where we people that try for choose name, that is the first time in about 168 years. Otherwise, every other name where we don't get, it don't be imposed on we.
Just go up this way.
The second question was, okay, still from Gambino, was about our history. What are we doing about writing books? Again, when somebody won't colonize you, it won't confuse you. So you don't even understand who you are. And so for a long time, we all grew up with the read books about reunification. As a matter of fact, Mr. Gambino, nobody, dead or alive, if he answered the three questions, was there anything like reunification? Or Professor Anyangwe likes to say, how can you reunify what was not unified? So anybody who, all of us who read the book Reunification, when did it take place? Where? How? Nobody, dead or alive, can answer those questions. So that was part of the process to bamboozle the people, that there was something called reunification. It wasn't true. But right now, and because our own scholars were not writing, some of the books that are out there, like Ngo, are very pro La République, and we sometimes understand why. That's why there was a time, there was almost a fist fight between him and his professor, Fanso Verjikijika. But right now, there are many books that are coming up, and I think the very last one was written by our own Palm 4, one of the national chairman of the Southern Cameroons National Council that you all know. I don't know if most people in the house today know about the book, Paradise Lost. Again, the book was just published last year. Please, I will recommend all of us to try to go on Google, on Amazon.com to get a copy of this book by Pam for Ngalam for Paradise Lost. Is a question. He's wondering why a paradise like the one we have is getting missing in thin air. So the books are being written now. Professor Anyangwe has written a lot. I have published a lot. So lots of books are being written. Ms. Amfor asked about next steps. Do we lose hope because France and Britain are great powers and members of the Security Council? No, we can't, because Eritrea did not. You all know that. We can't because Namibia did not. You all know that. We can't because East Timor did not, like you heard from Professor Anyangwe earlier on. If those found their way, we will find our way. I mean, I am citing those other countries that have similar histories like our own. So I do not think that we need to lose hope just because Britain and France are where they are. It's just that we haven't been able to call their bluff strong enough. We have not been united enough to strategize on how to take them on. So we cannot. If we go by the examples of Eritrea, East Timor, Namibia, and others before us. Occupying force, what did we do? Or what did we do? Or was there ever a protest? I like to point out historically that when the UN announced, when the radio in Buea announced the UN the two alternatives, choose to join independence by joining this or that, there was a demonstration in Buea. So you can, maybe those historians who have this expertise in this area may be able to tell you. At the time, Fonchal had gone to the UN, I think with Dr. Endeli. The person who was acting prime minister was A.N. Jua. The rioting took place in Buea under the watch of A.N. Jua. So there was protest in Buea from as early as 1961, when the two alternatives were announced by radio. Jojo's question was, did we vote, and about Empire Day celebration? I must say that I was still too young. I think I was in elementary 1, so I couldn't vote. But with Empire Days, I did take part in Empire Days. We didn't know, the impact wasn't felt in those early days like it is now. We went for Empire Days and we knew we belonged to the British Empire. That was it. I remember we used to hear about 1st January in East Cameroon, and it was a big deal out there. But we were so detached from that it didn't appear as if we were part of it at all. Empire Day was Empire Day. It was our own thing, and we're doing our own thing. We don't even, maybe Manfo might, or Professor Nyangwe might throw more light on this. All I went for was Empire Day, and that's all I knew. All right, I think I tried to touch on all the questions by the 4 speakers. Ma, can you take over? Uh-oh, maybe, can you see me now? I don't know. I don't know what it, oh, okay.
Maybe it's the power of the thief.
Okay. Okay, thank you. First of all, about identity or the status as a people. If we all agree we have declared our independence, and we still want recognition. When you are talking of wanting recognition, to me, I think that you are already saying that what you want is for people to accept you as a person. And I would say that we do not have any recognition now, or we don't have any status now as Ambazonia, because we have not had that recognition. That is what we are fighting for. Then when we talk of the question on diplomacy, when we just sit down and think that we'll begin to fear, I think we'll not get anywhere. The difficulties are there. We have to make the attempt. We have to make the attempt to knock at those doors. France and Britain had their interest from our land. Until today, they will continue to defend those interests. But I think that because France and Britain occupy a prominent place in the United Nations, it therefore means that we should just give up and be waiting for the day that France and Britain will say, yes, we give up. We can knock on other doors. Except that we are saying that other people, other countries will not do anything against France or Britain. I know that it is difficult because all of them have their interests which they want to defend. But we cannot fold our arms and continue to be afraid of France and Britain. And why we knock on the doors of other countries? We too are not going to give up on Britain and France. I think we will continuously be pointing out to them that we are where we are because they put us there, and they should take us out of where they put us while knocking on other doors. And somebody said, talked about God. If you believe, then to me, as I believe that God has a solution somewhere. And we are the people who are going to look for that place where God has a solution for us. We will not fold our arms and then sit and wait for the solution to come to us. We have to knock at doors. Then about pulling out, Britain pulling out and France, La République coming into occupy. Actually speaking, I don't really know whether there was any immediate reaction or protest by our people. Sorry, I've not read about that. Then the last question, did you vote? Why and so on? We are talking about 1961. By then, I was barely 6 years old. So I couldn't have voted. I couldn't have voted. And at that time, actually, I didn't even know what was going on. As I said when I started speaking, everything that I know is what I have learned from books I have read, from people I have listened to, and so on. So I cannot really answer that question. I did not vote. I was not of voting age. I did not even know what was happening at that time. So that is it for the 4 questions.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I really appreciate Mama and Prof, as well as the fund for this very great grounding that they gave. The only reason why I offered to comment a little bit on this topic is the flyer that was on the screen, the flyer that mentioned whether it was betrayal or something. And because the reason I'm trying to comment instead of waiting for the time when I'll be able to talk as a presentation is specifically because the Cameroon regime, or more correctly, the French have used that, they have played that game in our community, trying to say, Foncha betrayed you people, so it's the North, people from the North zone is their problem, and all of those games have been played. That's the only reason I wanted to comment about this conversation at this step. In that respect. And then the second thing I wanted to comment on was this comment that about where are we at as an identity, where's our identity? I just wanted to comment on that too, because that is kind of a critical part of the piece of the conversation that we'll be having under the next segment, as the moderator said. So on the question of what was it? Was it a betrayal, or what is the situation? I think they've been quite a very productive conversation. I just wanted to mention one piece that I think Professor Fonkem touched on, that I just wanted to add to. is the issue of recognizing the interest at play. So it looks to me like our leaders really, really trusted these international, quote unquote, international players. So much so that, I think basically Foncha took them at their word the same way Ndeli took them at their word. If you look at our political evolution, the only time where the evolution was precisely only about our interests was when our people boycotted the Inugu House. And that was not a coordinated thing with the so-called international actors. But once every piece of our life, and that is not only about us, that's the whole world. There are about 2,000 ethnic groups in the world. There are less than 200 countries in the world. In other words, we could very possibly have had about 2,000 countries. The only reason why things are the way they are is because different ethnic groups play different interests. And I think what happened to us then is still happening now. In other words, our people tend to trust these so-called international actors as fair and sincere players. I have been told time and again by people in our community, oh, it was a diplomat that told us that. Oh, it was an American ambassador that told us that. Oh, it was, and as if just because that was told to you by an American ambassador, then that is it. We just need to follow it up. The problem with that is it's not only us. We are not the only, Ambazonians are not the only people suffering from this. I was in a meeting yesterday, the leaders in the movement in Congo, they had the same problem. He said, oh, every time we protest, the American embassy calls us and say, oh, you need to hold it down a little bit, you don't need to destabilize the economy, it's getting stable a little bit. The same thing he said, the French, American, and British embassy. He said, every time we demonstrate, they call us when the protest in Congo gets hot, they say, oh, you need to cool it down a bit, we're gonna take care of it. And just the same way, we today, some of us, are still able to trust these people. I'm not saying we should hate them. I'm saying they have the interest of their government they are running. We always have to approach them with that skepticism and certainty that they have an interest that does not always align with us, and that they are not from heaven, blessed by God to follow regularity and be fair and just. So I just wanted to say that about the international actors, because that has been a disrupting factor in our advocacy here as a movement, that people get lost. Oh, I was told that by an ambassador. The American ambassador told me that. It don't matter what the American ambassador said. What matters is what will benefit us. And how do we say it to them in a nice way that pushes our interests? That's the situation that happened in Kosovo. You remember when the Kosovo situation started, the Americans, the only country in the world that stepped up to stop the killings of the Kosovo with the bombing of Serbia, America said straight flat out, no, you're not getting independence, forget it. But the people in Kosovo knew what they wanted. They didn't just say the Americans have said no independence, so forget no independence. Instead, they played their game very well. They waited when America said no independence. Now they were like, just bomb these people to stop killing us. The United States did the bombing and the killing stopped. And then when the International Fact-Finding Mission started opening the graves, the media campaign that they ran was to accuse anybody. Is that background noise from my end, or is everybody else hearing background noise, or is just me?
It was not from your end, but I have cleared it up.
Oh, thank you very much.
The person.
Thank you very much. So they say, so once the United States diplomat there in Kosovo told them, no, you can't get independence. You're gonna get some autonomy in Serbia. You have no history or basis for independence. The Kosovo people didn't argue with the Americans. They just say, yeah, just stop the killings. The Americans bumped the Serbians, the killings stopped, but they knew what they wanted. And so when the graves started being opened by the investigation fact-finding mission, that had nothing to do with independence, they only came there to look at the crimes after the bombing, immediately they had a media campaign that essentially made every politician against their independence to appear to be supporting the people who did all the massacre. Immediately, European and American politicians stopped that conversation about you can't get independence. It stopped until the International Criminal Court said, oh, territorial integrity is one thing, human rights, right to self-determination is another. Those two things are constantly fighting, but in Kosovo, it's your self-determination. And the story is over. We have 120 countries in the world that recognize Kosovo. So what I'm saying is when it comes to this whole issue about international actors, about our leader, I think our leaders did not betray us. They did the best they could. I mean, one of the greatest things they did was they didn't sign a treaty of union. but they did the best they could. And we now must not make the mistakes that they made. And I think the biggest mistake our leaders made was to trust the sincere, honest British people, you know, these white, straight people, they're going to do the right thing. We now must not make those mistakes. We should learn from that. And I don't want any person in our movement telling me, oh, that's what the British ambassador said. It don't matter what the British ambassador said. The question is, what would benefit us? And how do we parcel our story so that we can get whatever we want from the British at a given time with our eye at for the price? That's what I'll end on that particular topic. On the second topic of the issue of of minority, what are we? Somebody asked, Professor, what are we? Are we a minority on disenfranchised? All of those are political things that move forth and back. We should be able to give ourselves our own nomenclature and manage it properly. When I talk to American government officials whom we want to punish Cameroon military so that they can stop the killing, I tell them we are Cameroonians. I don't want to waste time in that conversation. What I want is, I want you to punish Cameroon. Oh, they're killing us. We are Cameroonians. Why are they killing their own citizens? That's what is my interest, is the punishment, not to debate with them that we were supposed to get independence. Let's talk about independence. I know there will come a time for that conversation somewhere else. But when I'm addressing students whom I want to help us call their senators and their congress people and the ambassador to tell them to intervene, I cannot misuse that opportunity to tell the students that we are part of Cameroon, because that's confusing for them. Why? You are Cameroon, you are from Southern Cameroon, you were supposed to be part of Cameroon, you are independent, what is going on? I need the storyline to be straight up. In communications, they say, when you're explaining, you're losing. So I say, no, we're Ambazonia. People think we are Cameroon, but we are not. And then I run them through the bill. And that's why I never start our history at German. No. If you start our history at German, then you have to debate. No. We were part of German Cameroon. No, we were not. No, I start our history at Victoria. There was a colony called the colony of Victoria under the British. You want us to talk colonialism? Let's start there.
It's an Ambazonia debate.
Exactly. It's not an Ambazonia debate. It's my personal opinion on that. So thank you very much for that input on that particular question. Thank you, sir.
Hi. Yeah, Kingsley here. Am I coming through, guys? Okay, thank you. Yes, thanks very much for the different contributions from everybody. I think it's just to reinforce and comment on the things that we've already said, and I'm going to be going into it straight away. Number one, our brother has said a very good thing. It doesn't matter what everyone says. I mean, everyone. What matters is what we know is correct for us. That is number one. That belief has to be there. Number two, one of the areas we've not done ourselves justice is that we have not been able to package our case well and market it properly. Right. Every single thing you see on planet Earth is marketing. When Hitler wanted to kill the Jews, he had a massive propaganda machine. Mussolini did the same. The United Nations operates in the same manner. That is how they killed Gaddafi and the rest. We must be able to strategize. We lack absolute strategy. You strategize and then you work out how you deliver that strategy. The number one thing is media campaign. I'll give you an example. The advice I've been given time and time again, and what I know about British politics is, if we can market a campaign to a point where the media is asking whoever the president of the United Kingdom is, what are you going to do about the situation in Cameroon? You have started winning. As long as we continue to keep us at arm's length, letters, no answering questions, they are winning. Nothing is going to change. So how we campaign, how we market our case, how we get the media involved. I now understand that we have a law firm in the United States. I've contacted a few people who are working directly with them. Those are the things that will be the game changer. If you're going to win anything, change anything, You are going for a strategy that will change the game, that will tip the scale on your side. At the minute, we spend more time talking to ourselves. That is where we want to position ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Let me go out from here. Okay, I'm using a different, let me see. Yeah, I'm using a different, okay. Yeah, I don't want to thank the speakers and also to appreciate the good work that you guys have been doing, as always. I want to make a comment, first of all, as was done by, on the presentation of Prof. John, who cited the preparedness of Southern Cameroons. And I want to refer us to the last commissioner, that is the Colonial Commissioner of Southern Cameroons, J.O. Fields, who presented a report in 1959 in the House of Commons, stating the developed state of the Southern Cameroons economy. So what actually happened after that report is what we want to know, because the report was actually positive, and as the only democratic state in Africa by then, who were supposed to have priority in this decolonization process. So that is one of the arguments we have to present, because in 1992, we personally photocopied that report and distributed it across Southern Cameroons then and Amazonia now. We don't have to ask permission for anybody to give a name to ourselves. We did not ask, or Americans did not ask British to choose a name. The UK did not ask any other person to choose a name for them. So we have a right to choose a name that is right for us. Then going to the presentation on by Prof, and also highlighted by Comrade Eben. You know, the issue is not trusting people. When you are discussing with a partner or a diplomat, you are presenting your facts. Just like in those days, during the decolonization process, there's what we came now to recognize as backdoor arrangements between Britain and France. We're made to understand that Britain and France diplomats used to meet behind the scene to discuss their personal interests. And Southern Cameroons was traded against Suez Canal in Egypt, because France had an interest in Cameroon and Britain had an interest in Suez Canal. So they had to say, okay, if you are interested in this place, you leave this place for me, and then I'll leave this place for you. So we were treated like baggages and loaded on a lorry. So actually that is how the fate of Southern Cameroonians were traded by these so-called trust administrators. They did not put our interests in the play. Now, France, in its usual traditional methods, abused these arrangements in Nigeria when the Biafra war broke out. It was France that supported Biafra. So during that period, because the Biafran secession war failed, the British came up and decided to appease France and say that in order not to lose Southern Cameroons, you have to do this, and we have declassified letters that were written by the British ambassador around 1963, which means that before 1972, they have been trying to mortgage the whole of Southern Cameroons to La République du Cameroon. What happened before 1st October is a case study, because the Decolonization Committee, also known as the C24, were out to give independence to colonies. Of course, we were not a colony, we were a trust territory. So we were prioritized in this process. So what we are saying here is, as Manford rightly said, we had our independence. What we are fighting for now is recognition. And because of some power mongers who did not want to follow the simple logic that the SAC have been following, of course, we are not saying that self-defense is not an international right. Self-defense is an international right. But there is this diplomacy that is supposed to be pushed beyond everything, and self-defense just have to come and embrace everything. You don't put self-defense ahead of diplomacy. Who wants to listen to you? So there is this issue that we have diverted, and I always make a case about this. The Decolonization Committee that was created and started work in 1962 is still functioning up to date. But you need to show proof of the process of decolonization that have been ineffective or misdirected. What is wrong with our own intellectuals to present the case as it is? We cannot be talking about only human rights. Of course, we know that Britain and France are against any move that we take. But we should now look towards the other countries that, of course, supported the Resolution 1608 for Southern Cameroon's independence and actually voted. The African Union, being a stooge to European Union, cannot do anything, even though the Banjul court gave us a right. So I believe that we are independent already. How to sustain or to how to go about holding the territory is what we have to bend on. Because actually, no country is given independence twice. So we need to use diplomacy, sell our case to the rightful persons, and not playing politics in the face of a liberation war. Because people are fighting politics, positions, rather than presenting the case as it is supposed to be. And I want to conclude by saying that in any liberation struggle, there is interest. And there is our interest versus their interest. Nobody will come to your help when they don't see their interests in place. So those people who have interest in Southern Cameroons, we need to guarantee. Of course, you give and take in diplomacy. So we should be able to guarantee and say that trade with these countries will not stop. But we need our independence in order to be able to give them a leeway to do business with us for one-on-one basis and not being exploited and reduced to oppress people forever. So the language too have to change. And I want to appreciate Chief Fontem and Mama Mfor for always being with us. We have been here for long, and we believe that very soon the light will be in the tunnel. Thank you.
I might just pass to Mama.
Yeah, I just want to thank us for taking our time to come together and discuss these things, and to encourage us that if we have ever thought that this thing is going to be a thing of 1 year, 2 years, then we were mistaken. Because there's nobody who will just willingly give up what he or she has been benefiting from. And then to encourage us not to get tired, I believe that God has a way, and it is left to us to explore, to find out what that way is. Because if he didn't, we wouldn't have been able to survive for these 4 years. Fighting somebody who has everything he wants, but we are there bare-handed, empty-handed, and still surviving. It therefore means that we are covered. We are covered. We are on the right track. We are fighting for what is ours. And then God has a plan. Really speaking, one thing too is that we are scared. And please, when I say we are scared, don't ask me that, what am I doing? We are scared. If you try and fail, you will be convinced that you have done everything you would have loved to do and then fail. Let us not be afraid of knocking at the doors. And as our brother who just spoke said, especially the doors of those who supported or who voted for our independence. Go back and remind them, you voted for our independence. Till today, we are not a free people. We are not a free people. And I strongly believe that if we go out there, we are going to get people who will sympathize with us. Who will sympathize with us. I know it is difficult. The means we don't have. But if we remain committed, the little we have, we can do a lot. Thank you people so much.
No, I cannot just help but, be excited by seeing Mama. And sometimes, when you feel like you are tired, right? And then you see your mother doing what she's doing, it just has to give you pause and has to give you the ability to be able to, hey, get back and redouble and recharge your batteries. I will leave us with one quote from Toussaint Louverture, who was the Haitian Negro who led the revolt to start the to overthrow the colonialists in Haiti, which actually gave rise to all the abolitionist movement. He said, and I quote, I could have been born in slavery. Yes, I was born in slavery, but nevertheless, I have a free mind, and I would think as a free human being, and I will act as such. And so we all must really understand that it's not the circumstances of our birth that really determine what we would do or who we will be, but it is what we each decide as individuals, as a group. So I would end, being very encouraged and seeing this, I will end by just saying that I really think I would propose that we have a resolution on the table, given how rich this conversation has been. We started off by talking about the importance of our people history. And for those who came late, we talked about, a lot of projects about the history of Africa and, getting a committee to really rewrite our history, in a way that would be understandable at the different levels, primary, secondary, and university level. But the motion I want to pass here, or maybe I want to move here, is that we reach out to Professor Anyangwe and have him, translate or maybe break down what he talked to us today, even though it was a little bit at a high level. But if we can break it down in pidgin in a way that every one of us would understand it, and use that and get that into small, tiny, clips, so our people can listen to them in a series at their own time. And who knows? And if I may even dare to add on that resolution, it will be also to translate it into French, because when you're waging a war, there is too much about our history that even our francophone or our brothers from La République think they know, which they don't know. So we should, and then they've been brainwashed just like many of us. Maybe we should consider getting this thing to, as somebody talked about, the propaganda. You don't do propaganda in the language that the other people don't understand. The people you are trying to influence, you do propaganda in the language that they would understand. So let us take our history. Let's find people who are translators, translate the history in little clips. If that is the only thing that we can do now, is that cornerstone, that education is going to be, to me, very, very, very paramount. So please, if somebody can support this motion, we'll take it as a motion on a town hall today, so that all what we have learned today doesn't go in vain. Thank you.
I support the motion, sir. I support the motion 300%.
Yeah, I'm very, very ready to actually work on that project. I know Professor Fonkem is here. Professor Anyangwe is there. Mama is there. And there are other brilliant speakers. I mean, brilliant people who understand our story. We just need to make it in a way that I really want it in audio form, because again, I have to be honest. Our people just don't like reading, but they would like to listen. So if we really want to educate our people, let's meet them where they are. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and greetings to members of the House. I specifically elected to follow up the discussion very quietly and discreetly, and I now avail myself to extend my appreciation to all the speakers, Professor Anyangwe, Professor Fobanjong, Mamimfo, Comrade Eben, who has raised very significant elements that often go undetected. And I think that one of the points that he touched on was the deliberate
antagonism that has often pitted our people against each other. And the government has used pseudo-Southern Cameroonians or some Southern Cameroonian intellectuals to often create those polemics, so that instead of focusing on our common difficulties, we now start looking at the lines that divide us. And one of those intellectuals, one of those so-called intellectuals who has often fueled the divisions among our people has been someone like Professor Ngo, who has arrogated himself the role of specialist of Cameroon history. When the division is not strong enough, he will come up with a new title, The Untold History of Southern Cameroons. So, and in it, he will continue to churn out these conspiracy theories. Foncha did this, Endele did this, and so on and so forth. I'm glad that the town hall has made itself available to be able to wipe the bulk of ignorance that has beset our community. And for all those who attend town hall meetings, I think that we must have already come to the realization that this is instrument that will enable us to be able to, as Oscar Wilde puts it, ignorance is a delicate exotic fruit. Touch it and the bloom is gone. I believe that the town hall is helping us to eradicate ignorance from our midst. And we are always appreciative of our intellectuals and men and women of experience who avail themselves to share their knowledge, share their experience and analysis. It is important for us to acquire this education because very often what is used to mislead the people is the lack of information. And so people make choices that are not theirs. So if you look at from the way Comrade Eben put it, and I think it was very easy to understand that our people were led by the nose. Prof. Fonkem also mentioned that. Our people were led by the nose. But if we can sit in meetings like this, listen to each other, ask questions, obtain clarification, and then make this link available in such a way that every time we doubt, we can always go back and replay the message. Then I can agree, then you can agree with me that we will approach the international community and the challenge before us with far more confidence and less timidity than has been the case. With this, I want to once more thank everybody attending, thank the moderator and our guests for a job well done. Bless you. I yield.
Where can I do now with this, all this?
Thank you again very much for having me, and thank you everyone for taking your precious Saturday to listen to my little partially cranky voice here. And I just want to say how grateful I am for the community that we have, for all the fighting and all the struggling and all the disagreements. I just need everybody to just take 1 second and take this in. For the first time in the history of the United States Congress, the most powerful country in the world was able to pass a bill in the House and a sister bill in the Senate that called out in unambiguous language a French neo-colonial territory or regime. It just never happened before. It has never happened. The closest you can think of is when the United States executive moved on Mobutu. But that was an executive. It was the ambassador, local ambassador, based on a campaign that had been going on. And so this gives us a lot of opportunity, not just for ourselves as Ambazonians, people who are being targeted by a French-run regime, but for the whole of French-speaking Africa. And that kind of facilitates the way we talk about mobilizing support for our cause here. And I thank Effie and everyone and Juliet and everybody. There are a lot of people who participated in the campaign. Yes. Oh, I'm already a black man. Let me add a bit of light. Okay, sorry. All right, so again, I really appreciate everyone that did their role in making this happen. But what I'm trying to propose here, or what we have been discussing since before this bill even, in fact, these 2 items have been, okay, I need to put on the light in here, right? Because the light is going in and out, just hang in there. So these 2 points have been very critical in the calculation of some of us who have been part of the coalition that is called GI3C, which is basically mixed religious organizations, Ambazonians, and everybody in between, because we needed to put something that we could easily do our advocacy without being sidetracked or being distracted or people feeling uncomfortable because of the name we call the coalition. So there's this coalition global initiative to end Cameroon's colonial conflicts. We put the S in the Cameroons just so that we can live with ourselves. So there are 2 critical points that we're looking at right now. One of them is called the Global Magnitsky Act, which is a bill that passed in the United States, I think in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. But basically what the bill does is that it allows the United States to punish individuals in foreign countries without the need for everything to go through the typical way it used to go in the past. In the past, that means it needs to be a bill, needs to be passed, that the president needs to agree, or the president, the executive go after the individual based on, all other bills that are in the books. But this bill kind of streamlined that process into what becomes just 2 individuals. Of course, most of the time they are pushed by other senators. These 2 senators is the chair and the ranking member of 2 committees, but any of them can do. Finance Committee for corruption or Foreign Committee for human rights violations, and also in the House, there's a Foreign Relations Committee. So we are campaigning for 2 things, that the US, because in 684, if you read it, it says it also calls on the State Department, the Treasury, and a couple of other foreign relations institutions in the United States to consider using sanctions as a way to help stop the violence that is going on. And in the whole campaign, we are focused on the violence because it allows us to get into the conversation without getting trapped into the political nuances. You're able to get, we just want the killings to stop. But me and you must understand what we're looking at. If the killings stop in a way, the Cameroon government loses anyway. But that doesn't mean we should just, roll over and just hope that everything goes. So the Global Magnitsky Act has been used at this point more than 800 times. And so the reason why we're going for the Global Magnitsky Act is because it's a shortcut to punishment to psychologically demoralize the Cameroon government, but also it is something like everybody spoke, most of the things we do as a movement are kind of based on on hope and begging people to live up to their values and all these countries. Oh, you are the great democracy, do your thing. But the Global Magnitsky Act gives us a window, especially for Ambazonians that are American citizens, but also our allies and friends, Americans, to be able, as a matter of right, to get Cameroon punished. What I mean by that is that according to the law, you have a right as an American citizen or resident to ask your senator to interface with the executive of the United States on your behalf, or the government of the United States on your behalf. And as on the basis of that right, we should be able to tell our senators, especially also our House members, so that they can push the senators to do the same, but also our senators so they can push the executive for our senators to trigger this Magnitsky, Global Magnitsky Act provision, which basically says that if we are successful, and now there's a campaign going on, we're talking to Senate staff that we know, some of them have an official request. In the next days, there will be a document that we're going to put in the blue system that we used last time. The blue system is built by a coalition of Democrat organizations. What it does is it allows you to be able to send letters to senators without needing to write the letter yourself, or without needing to do it through email. If you don't know your senator, basically you sign in with your address and the system generates a default letter for you and it pulls the information for your senator. We're just trying to make that process faster and easier for many people to participate. So what we are hoping with the Global Magnitsky Act, and to achieve that, part of what we did in this appeal that will be going out is that we try to meet the parameters that the Global Magnitsky Act asks for. It doesn't need a criminal level of evidence proof, but at least it needs the names of the people you are targeting. It needs their date of birth, at least. And a lot of Ambazonians have been very, very active in getting us some of that core information. And then we've arranged the document in a very concise way that gets to the heart of it, so that the senatorial staff, the staff of your senator that gets to work with you on this does not need to beat themselves too much in their effort to tell all the conversation, because we kind of try to put that down. That's the same way our coalition have done with the other bills when we are advocating for them. You take the bill, the content, the text itself, you criticize the content of the bill itself, so that the people whom you're talking to can see your criticism and your facts to defend that. And of course, we try to use the kind of a three mechanism approach in defending your facts. You first, if you are talking to a government, you use the government own sources, its own references, its own publicly accessible document that is classified as the first level of justification of an argument you're making. The second level, you use what they call other public recognized institutions of the first caliber. That would be other foreign diplomatic institutions or other international institutions. And then, of course, there is the so-called media of record, which they accept newspapers and organizations that are considered to be relatively fair, and then, of course, human rights organizations and so forth. So what are we looking for? We're looking for two things. We are, this campaign that is going to be going out soon is asking for two things. One, that the Senate, it's going to be mostly generated towards senators, but the text is kind of written in a way that Congress people can participate, because Congress also has a committee, the Finance Committee, the Foreign Relations Committee in Congress can trigger that as well. So while we are writing to our senators, while our senators will receive this, our Congress people also need to be able to receive this. And we also have some comrades that are talking to people who are not in Congress, but they are just respectable politicians whose voice can be listened to. So the text is kind of designed along that line to ask for the US government to trigger the Global Magnitsky Act against a group of Cameroon military officials. Now, we have to remember a lot of advantages that come with the Senate Resolution 684 is that in addition to stating that sanctions need to go out by these departments, which we are specifically listing one specific of those kind of sanctions defined by law, it also details the cases that justify the sanctions. For example, it mentions Wazizi's case. You remember the United States triggered the Global Magnitsky Act against Saudi Arabia when Saudi Arabia killed Khashoggi and chopped up his body. Khashoggi was a journalist. Now, that's exactly the same thing that happened to Wazizi. His family could not get his body because the military mutilated his body so bad that they themselves buried his body in an unmarked grave. So the way we try to design that document is to try to make sure that we make as tight an argument as possible, justifying why the Senate there is just 2 senators basically in the Senate per each of these committees, the chair and ranking member, either of Foreign Relations Committee or of Appropriations Committee or the Foreign Relations Committee in the House. They were focusing mostly on the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate because they are the ones that initialized 684. And if you advocate in the Senate, you will learn a couple of things that most of the time when you talk about our case, there are a couple of senators that you get directed to try to address. So that's the first part of that campaign, that those of us, and now this Global Magnitsky Act, the Canadians also have their own version of it. The European Union has been kind of working on their own version of it. And also, it has not been said here today, but there's currently a motion, what the British Parliament called. There's a motion out there that a couple of British parliamentarians have put up. I'll start by saying, if you don't hear anything of what I'm going to say today, please remember to call your parliamentarian to tell them to sign up for that motion. We were going to try to reach out to Effie and some other people to use our account in Blue to set up the same thing, because we have set that system before in Blue for British parliamentarians, Canadian parliamentarians, and German parliamentarians. So we were going to reach out to Effie, but we kind of have been more focused on this because we want to be able to get all our things set up before the Senate gets really active after they are done with their impeachment trial. So this Global Magnitsky Act, there's a version of it in Canada, there's a version of it in the European Union, there's a version of it also in the UK, that we are hoping by the time we set the system properly, that it will be possible for people in these countries also to participate. But if they cannot, at least for those of us who are in the United States, it is very important, since 684 was passed here, for us to do all the relatives and all the friends we have to try to mobilize them to participate in this campaign. And then again, in terms of the strategic why, what are the implications? If Cameroon generals get sanctioned, you can be sure that the killings are going to go down. It's just going to happen because people are going to be worried that they're going to become the target. And in the public relations strategy is definitely a hazard when a government has been not just sanctioned thus far, but that its generals get more singled out and sanctioned some more. That just builds the kind of momentum that we saw build with the case against Mobutu, where at some point everybody just get tired with the excesses of the regime and everybody just wants it to go away. So that's the Global Magnitsky Act that we're campaigning for. But in part of that campaign, we're also attaching what has been going on since 2018. 2018, we have been doing this campaign for a United Nations fact-finding mission to be sent down to the territory. The calculations behind the United Nations fact-finding mission are pretty deep. One of the things that people do not seem to realize is that the United Nations have a manual that describes how fact-finding missions are supposed to operate. And in that manual, it also explains that the fact-finding mission, beyond just investigating what is happening, they also need to get to the root causes. So what basically we have here is a one-shot campaign that prevents us from getting caught up with politicians who say, well, the Ambazonians are also violating human rights and all of that. You just say, no problem. We just need the fact-finding mission to go and investigate the facts on the ground. But we know that a UN-mandated fact-finding mission will irreversibly internationalize our case. Right now, what a lot of people don't realize is that in the context of international calculation, and I hate to use the word diplomacy because it's kind of out of place, in the context of international advocacy work, all what has been happening to us is contestable, right? So in other words, somebody can essentially go to a court here and say, yo, Amnesty is just lying, the UN made a mistake, the UN local representative made a mistake about Ngabu, Human Rights Watch is lying about Mautu, and so on and so forth. There's no way you can nail that down to crystallize pressure against a regime. But if we have a fact-finding mission and the fact-finding mission says Ngabu happened, Pinyin happened, and Mautu happened, that then becomes the kind of situation where you're going to say, okay, wait, these international crimes happen, there needs to be consequences for them. And the fact-finding mission, we know the recent history. I don't know of any recent conflict, and I hope when we get to the question and answer section, if somebody has any thoughts, let them share. I don't know of any recent conflict that has effectively ended without a fact-finding mission. In other words, Myanmar is not over, but when the fact-finding mission was mandated for Myanmar, the violence there for the Rohingya went down to almost less than 5%, because all the generals even though they are doing all their stuff in Myanmar, they don't want to be singled out on the record to become targets for their whole lives. The same thing with Libya last year. Before that, Libya was just everything it was. But once the fact-finding mission was put last year, the violence went down. Sri Lanka, the same thing. The problem we have, and that we must recognize, is that if there is no fact-finding mission mandated for our case, we might end up in a very, very bad place. Let me give you an example, Sahrawi. The Sahrawi people, just on the wake of, before the Clinton administration left the office, after all the pressure they had here, people finally decided, okay, the United Nations asked, there's a United Nations peacekeeping force in Sahrawi. They signed, the Moroccan government signed. Think about the Moroccan government like the Cameroon government. Think about the Sahrawi like us. The Moroccan government signed a peace treaty mediated by the US in front of the United Nations saying in 12 months, there will be a referendum for the locals to decide whether they want to be part of Morocco or get independence. But of course, because there was no fact-finding mission, the generals, the Moroccan generals that were committing this crime, the impact of a fact-finding mission of putting them constantly under the cloud of trial didn't happen. And so a lot of the Sahrawi leaders who were disappeared, their story just ended like that. Instead, they signed up for this referendum organized by the UN, believing that in 12 months they're going to get a referendum. And then after the Clinton left the office, the Moroccans, with the aid of the French, said, we don't care about that UN treaty. We are not interested. We're not going to respect it. And today it is it's going to be 30 years soon since that United Nations treaty, peace treaty was signed with them. And the people in Sahrawi are just being decimated every day. I'll quote two more examples, then I will stop. And I hope that the conversation will bring up. Another example is the Philippines. In the Philippines, HD in Switzerland stepped in and said, oh, we're going to negotiate peace between the Filipinos and the people fighting from the islands for their independence. And because of that, when the United Nations Security Council tried to bring up the conversation about the killings in the islands, oh, the Philippine government said, oh, there's already peace negotiations going on. Security Council does not need to put energy into this. And HD drove that process for so long until, and all the time, all the while, our friends in the Philippines tell us they gave the government enough time to kill out the fighters. The same thing in Indonesia, the same group that ran that was HD. So we Ambazonians must have in the back of our mind our calculation. No matter what all these people tell us, somebody said to me, oh, well, if the Vatican calls us for peace negotiation, should we not? Oh, yes, we should. I am for negotiation with everybody, but we have to be able to be ready to say, hey, listen, could you please just give us a fact-finding mission to go down there, and we must have all the arguments to make. There are a million arguments to make why we need a fact-finding mission. One of them is that we need our people to get back home, get out of the bushes, get into their farms, so that they don't die of hunger in Nigeria, so that they don't die of sickness and snake bites. But me and you know that those are only arguments to convince people to support the fact-finding mission, because we know that once there is a fact-finding mission, the case is internationally, irrevocably internationalized. You know, the one case that I'll quote again before I really stop is Burundi. When the Burundi case got pushed until the fact-finding mission was put on Burundi, the French said, we're going to tell the Burundi government, don't worry, we're going to make, that's going to go away. The reason why the fact-finding mission have so much power is because these are not UN bureaucrats. These are experts taken out of the field of research. These are professors. They don't want to mess up their career because the French are putting pressure on them. Burundi has been stuck in that situation. Even after the presidential election, the French government were like, well, there was a presidential election. Could we move on? The fact-finding mission is like, no, we have our report. We need the implementation of the report of the fact-finding mission. So Burundi is now stuck in a situation where they cannot untie. So it's very important that we have that as a calculation and anchor, a way to irreversibly internationalize our struggle. So that's why we are combining both the Global Magnitsky Act as a short-term response to the most recent killings in Mautu, and which we have argued that the killings is a defiance to the US resolution. And then, of course, the long-term and the far more strategic, deep, and far more powerful anchor to internationalize our struggle is to demand that those senators also ask the ambassador at the UN to, the US ambassador at the UN to lead an initiative to pass a resolution calling for an end to the violence and mandating a fact-finding mission. If right now, all the violence everybody's talking about, if there's a resolution calling for an end to the violence and you kill somebody again, a Cameroon military does it again, then they are not only guilty of all the crimes according to all international law, they're also guilty of violating that particular resolution. That is how the United States went after Saddam. He wasn't just violating human rights, but he just violated the recent resolution that was put on that case. So asking for a resolution to call for an end to the violence, it sounds very lame, but it becomes a critical piece in our toolbox. So that's how we're structuring that. And once that text is available, some of our comrades have been receiving different versions of it. Once we put it online, we'll definitely make it available to the town hall. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Moderator, please indulge 10 seconds just to announce that Prof got back and to let us know that he was, they were caught in a very blackout. And just to thank everybody and said he would, at some point, he may come back to answer some of the questions because we let him know about the questions that we're sending, just so people are not surprised as to why he didn't join us back.
Can I? Yes. Yeah, big brother Mucho. This is Gideon. Thank you very much, Speaker. I think your job is really difficult, very important to our revolution, and if we could educate our people more, yes, especially those of us who are in America, who are American citizens. I think our input is very, very much important in things like this. And I don't know, I just wanted to ask, so if we call our House representatives and our senators, we can just reference then the resolution. Is it 684 or 648? And
yes.
What should we, or do you guys have like a template information that we could use and send to them, such that we have a very unique message that will go to each and every one of them each time we are addressing them? Thank you.
Yes.
Come Eben, let's take a few before you answer in the cluster.
That's when I'm in a meeting.
While waiting for others, maybe the moderator will ask a question. Yes, my question is: you gave us a big arc about the plan that which is how to make 684 actionable. Could you just maybe talk a little bit in more details, just bite size as what should we expect next, and maybe what to come after that. Just the immediate two things that we can do as communities or as individuals.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, okay. Eben, thanks a lot. Whenever I listen to people like you, Eben, Edmond, and some other few people, I wonder why you people are not at the top of our revolution to direct things, because most of the people who are there, sometimes I used to wonder if they have a clue on what is happening. Having said that, we here in the UK, we've written, we are encouraging people to write to their different MPs in relation to what Emily Timberley said the other day in Parliament, quote, citing the resolution back there in the US. And so I actually did the draft, and so we'll be sending that out. And there's another one that we want to talk specifically about this, the resolution, because they're also planning to sign a resolution, but the people that have signed the resolution are just people from the small parties, that is Lib Dem and Independents and the Scottish National Party. I respect the Scottish National Party a lot. So we are trying to also involve the big parties like the Labour Party and Conservative. So I don't know if you have any input to advise us on how to go about that, because we haven't started that yet. We are just on the on what Emily Timberley said the other day, to mobilize, to galvanize members of parliament to also come up with a resolution. I'm really, really particularly interested in this fact-finding mission, because I know once this fact-finding mission is sent down back there, then some of all this controversy will die, because I personally believe that we are going to win this war based on the current abuses, not even on our history.
Yes, yeah. I don't want that should be seen.
So I just want to, if you have a tip on how to advise us on how to go about that resolution, since you have the experience back there.
Okay, let's take the final one from Reverend John, and then you can answer after this to all the questions that have been asked.
God bless you, Comrade Eben. Thank you for that that wonderful elucidation and clarity on the route you're taking. I just want to find out from you, there are other, there's a coalition of civil society movements who are calling for a fact-finding mission on Ambazonia, to go down to Ambazonia. I just want to find out what is your relationship with those civil society, because it's quite an international civil society movement in US, here in South Africa. It's championed by Sam Sawyer, the decision of Sam Sawyer, which is based in South Africa here. So I just want to find out what is the link between you and the coalition of these civil society movements, so we can speed the action. I think the Catholic Church is involved too in that coalition of civil societies. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for those kind questions. So I'll take them from the top. So is there a template text? Yes, there is a template text. One of the texts some of it has been circulating. So there are two ways we started the process with the template text. We want to automate it right now. So most of the people who have had versions of the template text to send to their senators are people who are part of that coalition that the last speaker just asked of, the GI3C. And this is a very fluid coalition. I mean, basically the idea was to look at where we have people around the country. And the reason is because a lot of there are a lot of people in that coalition, a lot of organizations, but there's one thing that is not being spoken a lot, and that is very important for me to highlight now. That thing is that there's a certain discussion in the left, the progressive sector of the United States society, that is, there's a discussion going on about what they call white savior. It's a problem. In other words, white activists that might want to support your cause would not jump on your cause if they feel like they suddenly are becoming the people talking for you. Because what will happen is that other white activists will accuse them of trying to be white saviors. It's possible that maybe the Africans themselves know a better way to do it. You should just only be an ally. That's what they call. And so it's very important that if we're running a campaign, that the people involved in the campaign see the people, the American activists that we need, because it is their country. Because when I talk to, when we have in some cases, I think there are people online here who are part of certain states whom we deliberately made sure the spokesperson for those states where they are white people like them. The response to when they ask for something and when we are, it's just reality. It's different. So for us to, in terms of the template text, we have a template text. It's not online right now. It is going to be. The reason why we didn't want to just throw it online is because of, again, like I explained, we have been trying to first use the first circle of people that we know that have direct contact to their senators. And then now we're going to open it up for the public campaign. And again, the reason why that text, we're going to make, it's going to be available. We're going to share it everywhere. The reason why it is not on any website, we're going to put it in a couple of websites. And we're also going to put it on the Blue Action Network. Is a system run by a coalition involving some Democrat Party people. Basically, what it does is it makes it easy for people to send letters to their senators and elected officials. You put your address in there with your zip code, you click submit, start writing, and then it will generate, it will show you that template text, and then it would also show list of your senators and your Congress people. You just select them and you click submit, and it generates a letter with your address, because that's the way your senator and their staff are able to know that you are their constituents, which means they owe you, as a matter of law, to make requests to the federal government or to the US government on your behalf. So yes, there is a template text, it's circulating around, but definitely I would share it here. Well, once it's online, I hope we'll have a chance to come here and point people to the websites that will be carrying. There are a couple of websites that will surely put it on. One of the websites is the Ambassador Prisoners of Conscience Support Network website. Then there's that coalition that you mentioned, the Global Initiative to End Cameroon's Colonial Conflict. I'm referring to the last questioner. That website would try to get them to also carry it at minimum. But in reality, the most important part we are trying to look at is the Action Network part of it, because that allows people to send those letters automatically without them needing to look for, oh, where's my senator's, email address, or some people would send it to their senator and forget to put in the letter their address, and then the Senate staff do not know if you're a constituent or not. Some senators do not care, but some, if you're not their constituent, they don't care about your letters. So, and then of course, sometimes what will happen is that the way you communicate with your senator is not directly through their interface. That Action Network system allows it interfaces with your senator's website to send them the email. So yes, there is a template text that we're working on that tries to reduce and provide a straight narrative with the facts and figures and individual names and their date of birth, so that when we communicate with the senators, it's not just we're telling them to go do some work. We're saying, this is the text, this is the evidence. We really like if you just did basically technically, if you have to imagine it, put your signature on it. And of course, so there's a template text, and of course, we're expecting that Congress people would either call their senators or talk to the Foreign Relations Committee. And then the second part is talking to the ambassador at the UN, the US ambassador at the UN. By law, you have a right to ask your senator and your Congress people to address the ambassador anywhere in the world on your behalf as an American quote unquote constituent. So we are trying to capitalize on that. The question about next step, I think that's what I was trying to go. So we've had some meetings with some of the people in Congress. You hear, and this is, I mean, a lot of people here do advocacy work. There is no airtight, nobody can tell you that this bill will pass on this day. All what you do as a constituent is just to keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. You know, like as the campaign that we're doing right now, once that text is out, what we do is people try to call their senators every week, because the text is asking for two things. One, it says the senator should write a letter to the Foreign Relations Committee asking them to trigger the fact-finding mission. And the second one is saying the senator should join or write a letter to the ambassador at the UN asking her to lead an effort to pass a resolution calling for an end to the violence and to include the establishment of a fact-finding mission. As long as your senator has not sent you that letter saying, hey, this is the letter, we already sent it, thank you for contacting us. Every week, Every 7 days, you have, according to the advocacy and lobbying recommendations, you have the right to be able to call the office. If somebody does not answer the call, you leave a message. Hey, my name is Dad. I live on this address. I'm your constituent. I'm just calling to follow up with that letter that I sent to you last week. Oh, I'm just calling to follow that letter that I sent 3 months ago. I've been calling every week. I haven't heard from you. You have a right to do that. And so the next steps is once we have that text out, or once people can send a text out to their ambassador, to their congressperson and their senators, the next thing is to follow up as regular as possible. And of course, the thing is that we have to understand we have an enemy. Our enemy is the lobbies, the army of lobbies that the Cameroon government have. Those lobbies, they go to Congress, they do the same thing me and you are doing. The difference is that the senator has to make a judgment. How much money the lobbies is putting for their campaign versus how many constituents are calling them about an issue. They even have an index on their computer. If 10 people call me, my population in my district is about 20,000, then maybe another 15 people are interested in this topic. And so therefore, we try to make sure that we get as many people as possible to participate in the campaign. That's why we want to automate this. Get our neighbors, our friends, our children to get their friends. The more the letters, the better for the possibility for the mobilization to happen. So as a community, that is in terms of the campaign. Now, I have talked to some Senate staff. Before the confirmation of the ambassador, the UN ambassador, before her confirmation, I said, hey, listen, the bill has passed. Cameroon just carried out a massacre 10 days after the bill passed. They don't care, and this is to stomp their nose at the US Senate. And the staff told me, listen, we are trying to still settle in. They haven't even passed a resolution giving people their jobs, but we're gonna factor that in when considering the next steps. We know that the resolution itself does not make things happen. But for me and you, we have to know that the French lobbyists are already in full action. In fact, the mayor of Paris sent a list, made a comment the day after Biden was confirmed, and the US government, you probably know that 2 days ago, the Secretary of State said they have talked to, the Secretary of the Foreign Minister in France. So what we have seen a lot of things already moving. For example, Jubilee 2000 was already campaigning that they should cut debt for Idriss Déby already, right? At the same time, you probably heard some groups already saying, oh, the thing that we need in Central African Republic is not to tell the French to stand down, but to just add more money to MINUSCA, which is what the French want. So a lot of things are already happening. So for our community, we cannot sit and wait for the Senate staff. They will not do anything by themselves. They have a lot of work. They have constituents that they need to attend to. We need to campaign. And in terms of this campaign, the next step is that letter. There are people that are already sending those letters, but once we are done with that letter and we put it online, we hope our community is going to jump on it, take it to your store, except this virus. Before in Minnesota, I used to go stand by the Mall of America with my spreadsheet. People come by, so in Africa, they're killing my brother and sister. You want to sign? People are like, yeah, sure, why not? And they sign with their name and their address. I'm able to take it to the senator to say, hey, listen, this 100 number of people in our community are concerned about this case. What are you going to do about it? This is what we're asking for you to do about it. If you say, what are they going to do about it? They'll give you some spiel. You need to ask them concretely what you want them to do for you. And that's why in that text, we're saying, we need you to write a letter to the ambassador at the UN asking her to lead an effort for a resolution to end the violence. I mean, it's hard for a senator to say, no, I don't want the violence to end. But if you say, oh, to give ambassador independence, the senator will tell you, Cameroon is our friend and blah, blah. You waste your energy and your time. We just need the violence to end. And there's no senator that will say, no, I need the violence to continue. So that's some of our calculation in there. The other question is from the UK. Our coalition, this system that we're using, Blue, Ambazonians were the first people to upload in Blue all British parliamentarians. We did that during the campaign for 684, the campaign before 684. So we already have all British parliamentarians inside the Blue system. We can work with you in terms of working on a text that will make it possible for people in Britain to use the same Blue system. You put your address and the letter goes to your parliamentarian. And again, I would say in terms of the question, what kind of tips do you approach for parliament in the UK? I live here, but I think the way we have done it here, I think it also works in there. Try to follow religious leaders. Try to look at other groups that have the same problem like us. Myanmar, every time they're in Washington, D.C., I'm with them. They have the same problem like us. I'm able to participate in their network. They also participate in our network. Because I go to their process, when we have a letter, they to participate in our process. There are some senators that we don't have access to. They have access to those senators. So you have to look campaign for Myanmar. You have to look campaign for Rohingya solidarity. Palestinian solidarity is the biggest one. I know in Britain it's a little controversial in the big stream politics, but on the campus and grassroots, it is not controversial. Every university in the United States has a Palestinian solidarity group. In Britain too, almost every university has a Palestinian solidarity group. So if you go and start reaching out to Palestinian solidarity, Rohingya solidarity, you have to show up. When they have their protests, you have to be there. When they have their own letters, you have to sign. Then you too need to be able to bring back your own letter and say, hey, our people too are dying. We need you to sign. So, I mean, Jojo, we can talk a lot more about, what other things we can do. But because we already did the work, which was like, I don't know, almost a week not sleeping, where we had to go through all British parliamentarians and load them into the system that we're using with the blue line. We can, I mean, I don't know if you people do not want the point is when you use the system, it doesn't do anything. All it does is it adds your name and your address and it looks for your senator or your parliamentarian and it sends it to them. That's it. So we can work on a text and then just load it in the system for people in the UK to do. We were trying to do a one text for the Global Magnitsky Act, since that way people in Britain can direct to their people to also ask the same thing, Magnitsky Act and UN mandated fact-finding mission, so that there's only one link, so we don't have 10,000 links all over the place. But we have not been able technically to make that one so that it automates. If somebody from Britain picks it up, it should change to British parliamentarians and ministers. But we're working on that. But for the meantime, if you're ready with a text that you want many people, we can offload it for you without second thought. We're already paying for the account. There's no point delaying to use it. The third question was coalition. Yes, that coalition that the last person mentioned is called the Global Initiative to End Cameroon's Colonial Conflict. It is the reason it was set up. APOX is part of it, but APOX was not part of. It was created out of that coalition letter that went to the 40th session of the Human Rights Council, which we advocated with the use of Fellowship of Reconciliation and War Resistors. There were a lot of big organizations in that campaign, and the only thing we got out of that campaign was that Britain wrote a letter then that was signed by a majority of the Human Rights Council members. At the time, Cameroon was not yet a member, asking Cameroon to allow, because that was before Michel Bachelet, the old Human Rights Commissioner wanted to go investigate. And he also has a leeway to be able to send a fact-finding mission, a limited one. But Cameroon refused. And then when this new woman came, she stopped asking for that. So, but because of that campaign, we were able to get Catholic organizations across Europe, in the United States. And in that coalition, we couldn't use the word Ambazonia because some of the Presbyterian Church in particular, Presbyterian Church USA said, oh, if we sign a document with the word Ambazonia, they're going to kill all the Presbyterians in Cameroon. In Ambazonia, we don't want them to kill our Presbyterian people. So we said, okay, no problem. We created this other organization called the Global Initiative to End Cameroon's Colonial Conflict. And they say, yeah, we can sign that. And of course, so we had the Presbyterian Church, a lot of organizations signed that, and that coalition is still going. There were a lot of projects that coalition had before the virus hit and kind of paralyzed their major project that they were doing. That coalition is still going on. There are still members in there, people from our community and people out of our community. I hope I answered those well, and I'll try to be a lot more shorter next time. I'm sorry, I yield. Hey, Vali, thank you very much. Nice seeing you. Thank you, yeah, so I think a few things. One is there anything specifically on Resolution 684 that we can apply or maybe leverage on to get our
our comrades in jail freed, specifically or call for their release. That's just added to that. Since you're in this advocacy, is there something, I'm not sure if you already did it or, but if it has not been thought about, what about, getting some of these international organizations to adopt them like prisoners of conscience? And then last but not least, how do one of the things that we really need to figure out about this, and I think that when the CDN was here last time, we talked about this, but I'd like to get your thoughts too on this, is to really see how we can, use this document, this 684, to apply pressure on the Africans, on the governments of Africa. Maybe is it something that we need to consider sending to all the legislation in the legislative bodies in Africa? It may not be possible to reach the presidents, but it may be possible to reach all the legislatures, and then start the conversations from there. So that's sorry, I'm bombarding you with many questions, but
no, it's okay. Should I answer that first or take all
No,
the
let's
questions?
have EY, and then you just answer all. EY is the last question.
All right. Thank you, sir. And thanks to the organizer. I just commend you all for a brilliant initiative. And we continue to fight together. My question is to Comrade Eben regarding the strategies he laid out. I want to know if there is also a plan around the African Union, because some diplomats say that the most powerful influence for the international community will have to come from within the region, within the Africa continent, and that the AU has a very, very important role. So now that Biden, we know this week spoke with the African Union, it will be very strategic and important for us if there is some strategy around that route. So let me leave that at that. So the question is, what is the effort? What is the strategy? Then the other question I have has to do with finding a strategic partner. For this, Mandela said that one of the things when he did with Fidel Castro was that Fidel was a strategic partner to the South African fight against apartheid. And when I look at our struggle, I look at this I want to use the language of Professor Anyangwe, our national liberation fight. One doesn't find a strategic partner, neither in Europe, Asia, South America. Is there any effort to find this strategic partner? And then the last thing I would ask is around the efforts with the Congress, the representatives. Personally, I am in communication with my rep. I've written to them, they've responded to me personally, but sometimes I feel like I don't have a strong message and a strong wording to get their attention and to make them take action. This initiative you're talking about, does it have like some language that is like a boilerplate or something that one could take and use with these reps? Thank you.
Should I go?
It was a comment.
So the first question was if there's anything in 684 that provides for releasing of the prisoners. I would just post 684 on the link right now. Yes, there is. It calls for the release of all political prisoners, and basically it does. The way we have at least I think there are a lot of other people working on this, but the way we discussed the way we discussed about the political prisoners was that since we had campaigned the last 2 years with pressure on the political prisoners, and people constantly try to shift it around as part of quote and unquote the bigger negotiation, at least that's what we constantly run into. Yeah, we're pressuring, if a prisoner is sick and all of that. What we are looking at in APOX, which is, I know I'm going to be quoting too many different organizations here. The reason why I'm in 1,500 different organizations is if there's a new name of an organization that works well for a particular strategy, we create one, right? So for our prisoners advocacy work that we've been doing with the World Resistance International, which adopted our prisoners already. Somebody mentioned a question about adoption. Our prisoners were adopted as the 2019 World Resistance International Prisoners of Peace adoption, and they ran a campaign for that, and both in Europe and in the US. Okay, so to the question, so for prisoners, what we have been doing is we have a campaign that kind of got short-circuited with the Mautu massacre. The campaign is we're about to change the prisoner campaign from political prisoners so that we can detach them from the conversation into academic freedom. That way we can chop off the prisoners that have academic links, which happen to be a lot of them, and use them to paralyze the system. The reason we're doing that is because of the success that happened in Saudi Arabia. 2 professors from Saudi Arabia came to the United States, gave a speech, went back. Later on, they were arrested, and all the university campuses in which they gave the speech declared those professors part of the academic body because they gave a talk here. And here we have professors who are linked to universities, that are linked to universities in the United States, sitting in jail, and we are being told that their case is part of a bigger political calculation. So for the prisoners, that's what we're looking at. That's the campaign we have been looking at trying to build. We haven't completed that yet, but with the massacre in Mautu, the energy just got sucked into trying to not use it as a negative, but try to illustrate the lack of commitments of the Cameroon regime, but also to push some of our right-wing friends who hate the United States being ignored to say, oh, the United States passed 684, Cameroon say, go to hell and we kill more people. So we're trying to not let the history of what happened in Mautu become just another number. So that has sucked our energy. Prisoners of Conscience Adoption, the organization that runs Prisoner of Conscience campaign project, we have an Ambassador Prisoner of Conscience network, but the organization that runs the International Prisoner of Conscience Adoption like a critical issue is Amnesty International. And I know Amnesty is made up of beautiful and kind and nice people, and I know some of you know a lot of beautiful people in Amnesty. But our experience with Amnesty in the beginning of this fight was that at some point in time, people in the Amnesty Research Office in Paris decided that Ambazonia was a problem for them, either with their relationship in Paris. We have accused them of having to do with the funding that they received from Paris. Because as you probably might know, Amnesty International has not said anything about Mautu massacre. Amnesty International did not say anything about Ngabo massacre. When our prisoners were assaulted in prison, Amnesty International wrote a report saying that it were Camto supporters that were attacked. Those are not coincidence. We went to some of us were members of their section team here. We went there and we kicked the shit out of them and abandoned them. We don't have time to waste with an organization that politically is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. But there are people in Amnesty, like Adotai, who have led the effort to get justice for us. So just so that that's not confused, if there's any voices that have led this struggle in the United States to get consequences, are people like Adotai. I don't personally know him. I've talked to him under different circumstances. So that's the situation with the adoption as prisoners of conscience from Amnesty. If Amnesty is not ready to talk about our prisoners on normal, in fact, Amnesty had a ban in their office here in the United States to never use the word Ambazonia. I went to their New York presentation because I was doing like I told you to do, join every organization, support their work, and then ask them to support you. We were there, we were members, paying members and everything, and I was supposed to speak at the annual members writing thing, and just a second before I started talking, the original guy came and whispered in my ear, you can't use the word Ambazonia, please, we're gonna get into trouble. I said, why? He said, oh yeah, that's just the thing in the office. So I respected him like a comrade. I talked about the issues without using the word Ambazonia. And then after that, when I tried to engage him, clearly the pressure was too much for him. So I was like, okay, I don't have time to waste with this kind of institution. So that's the question on prisoners of conscience adoption. How do we use 684 to pressure governments in Africa? I think the way I look at it is this. Somebody also quoted in the next question, Castro. I'll answer those two together. Castro and the AU and Mandela talking about strategic partner. when you listen to the interview, it is still online, the interview that Mandela and Frederick de Klerk did about what exactly made apartheid die, right? Of all the pressure, it's true, the pressure helped weaken apartheid, but Frederick de Klerk would tell you in his own words that the thing that killed apartheid was US sanctions. He said, we were ready to do 300 years negotiation with them. We were ready to, for 300 years, tell the world, oh, we're negotiating with them and not do anything. He said, but when the sanctions came down, we realized everything is going to go out. So, in fact, essentially, the record shows that Margaret Thatcher basically told them, it's game over, please negotiate while you still have power, because once the Democrats show in here, with that bill already passed, with the sanctions already passed, everything will be home game. You have no choice but be forced to the situation. So that is to say that we should engage as much as we can, but in advocacy work, you have to strategize and decide how much energy you can put. The AU right now, for anybody who has been following what they did to, once Madame Zuma left the AU, the French took it over. I'm sorry to put it that way. That's why you look at the AU, the only time the AU talk about anything is to tell it the way the French want right now, or to grease it up. The AU, in the campaign, the case of our case, the AU, the last time the AU engaged it properly, really properly, was in 2016, when the human rights representative of the AU issued a report about the attacks on Dr. Fontem and the rest. Since then, the AU has been playing these fictitious games. Does that mean we shouldn't engage them? No, we should. Those of us who have access and contacts should, because that help paralyzes the grip or the domination of the other people. But in terms of our own work, I'll conclude by saying we were working, part of our allies in South Africa, on the birthday of Dennis Halley, who's the leading South African leader for anti-apartheid, the white guy, the person who led it in the white community that made it become popular and everything. We said, okay, on the birthday anniversary of Dennis Halley, let's get the whole Catholic Church in South Africa, which Bishop has been very helpful and supportive and talking to bishops in Cameroon. Let's get them to campaign against the president. They told me after all what they had done that it's a waste of energy. That's what the South African network people that are connected to Dennis Halley, in other words, activists that are there, they're like, it's not worth that energy. Instead, focus on the activists in South Africa. That's why you see we have people in South Africa that have been working with, the Communist Party there, with a couple of academics there, which still doing that. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that outreach is always beneficial. It's just you also have to ask yourself how much bandwidth and resources you have as an institution or an organization to engage with it. I hope I answered those questions. Oh, the person that is talking about Air Force Congress representatives, sometimes it feels like they don't have the language. I understand that. That's the work those of us, quote unquote, who do advocacy every day are supposed to do. Create template language and then get it around for people to be able to then use that template language to send it to their senators and Congress people so that you get to specifically ask what you need and put it in the language that is tight for them to dance around. So we've been trying to do that. That's what we did with the 684 campaign. That's why we're trying to make it an online thing so that people can just click and do that and send those letters. This is another great thing about Town Hall, that we're able to make these conversations going forth and back, that we are able to come here and share information about documents that we put together, documents that zoom down on the way these kind of letters are written, what is the target, how to make sure that your Senate staff do not say, yeah, we're doing our best. And you say, oh, stop the war. They're like, yeah, we're doing our best. Instead, we need you to write a letter to ask for Global Magnitsky Act to be triggered. That's a yes or no thing. If you have not written it, I'll call you every week and say, did you write that letter? We need you to write a letter to the ambassador at the UN. Then I can call you every week. Did you write the letter? So we are trying to, on the question, are we working on some language? The text again has some of that language intended, and that's what we've been trying to do. And that's why we've relied on the platform that allows us to automate the process. I yield. Sorry, I took that longer than I wanted to.
Do I have to confirm it?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Eben. I just wanted you to educate us again about our local, our state elected officials. You've talked about Congress, that's a hill. Can you educate us about what we as citizens can do with our state elected officials, our local county officials, our professors, Southern Cameroonian professors in the United States, who teach in universities? That is a resource that is not being tapped. What is it that we can do or can get these professors in these various universities to, to join in the advocacy struggle? And then the last thing that I would like you to educate us is, what is it that we can do with our local newspapers, or our, writing to our editors and the university newspapers, because these are resources that are, here that we can, well, we'll listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, hi, thank you for the presentation. I just want to add that in the UK Parliament, not every vote is a free vote. They have a chief whip. If the government wants their law to pass, the chief whip will make sure that everyone votes with the government. So it's not every vote that's free vote. So it doesn't matter how much you lobby the parliamentarians, they can be whipped in line with the government. Yeah, that's what I want to add.
A comment. I was going to make a comment and to also give, to also make a proposal, so that would you want me to speak at once? Then I can just go ahead. So that Comrade Eben, yes, Comrade Eben can react to everything at the same time. I think that Comrade Eben has not changed from the first day that I spoke with him. In fact, I held the phone for about 2 hours and I continued to ask questions, and I continued to ask questions and questions, and I insisted and troubled him and persisted that he should come and talk to Southern Cameroonians, because there is a lot going on in our community. And I'm sure that when I persist, he thinks that I am being too insistent, but that is my nature. I hate wasted knowledge. And I hate when people keep their good knowledge to themselves, because I'm a teacher. And I don't want anybody who knows and keeps it in the drawer. So he should expect me to wake him up from sleep many more times. So yeah, if he wants to get angry here, just better start getting angry now. That is just for a start. Now, I think that Comrade Eben has rolled out a number of issues, a number of strategies. But what I want us to focus on, and which is the centerpiece of my comment now, is that our communities, particularly in the United States, must take advantage of the change that has set in, political change within the United States with the coming of President Joe Biden. Now, I understand that La Republique is listening because our program is being streamed on Ground Zero, and thousands of people are watching, and many more people will watch. And it is important for our people to have hope and to know that people like Eben are growing gray for their sake. And it is also important for him to know that we are anxious to ease his work so that he doesn't get burnt out. And that is the reason why the town hall was created by the people for the people. So I would say that we always have to be proactive, and that there is certain information that we give and withhold. so we don't give everything about our strategy until we have taken the enemy by surprise, because all major battles were won by surprise. So, because if in 2016, if we had shown our cards and let the government know what we were heading, where we were heading to, they would have nipped us in the bud and we would never have had a teacher strike in the first place. The lawyers wouldn't have been able to go on strike in the first place. So surprise is a very important element. And I think that the offer that I'm making to Comrade Eben, because after this meeting, you may hear again that La République is sending $1.5 million for champagne. Yes, they may be so that they can buy champagne. That money is never for champagne. That money is to pay lobbyists. So they keep us condemning the champagne aspect while they are using the money to do something else. So to forestall any tantalus that the oppressor might want to play, I am I'm requesting that the town hall hold a meeting with Comrade Eben. I have seen some things that I have watched him from behind the curtain, the way he operates. And we don't want him to discuss some of the difficulties that he has. But we would like that as a town hall, we want to give him a push in any aspect that he would want to commission the town hall. So that some things are run from behind the scene, and then let our communities just come in the way they need to come in, as they have always been hiding and doing their things. So let Comrade Eben, after the meeting, get in touch with the moderator and let us discuss and see what the town hall can do in addition to the kind of education that he's giving now. Let us see how we can help him with the mobilization of communities. Because at this point, it is important for communities not to hide. The Comrade Zaman has just raised an issue, and we realize that there are some segments of our society, Southern Cameroon society here in the United States, that have just buried their heads in the sand. We cannot afford to lose anybody at this juncture. So those who can make their presence and their influence felt, to give this gentleman and the groups in which he has distinguished his militancy the necessary push so that we shorten this journey and make our people to hurrah early. Thank you very much.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I am really humbled again that people in our community are hanging on. In fact, and we're doing our best, punching in the shadow, hoping for the best. And I really believe we've created history. Again, people, it has never been that the United States Senate and the House passed a bill condemning a French neo-colonial regime in unambiguous language. It's history. They didn't do it for Congo, Chad, Central African Republic, Gabon, Ivory Coast, Mali, Niger, and we can agree that there are more Burkina Faso. There are people we can agree that they are being killed almost at the same rate like us. I mean, it's bad to compare ugly things, but we have as a community be able to make such a breakthrough. So let's look at the questions that were asked. So Dr. Zama asked about the question of state and local, county, and even school board. This is what I'm gonna say. Everybody, even the school board of your daughter, your child, any of those. So the first thing I would do is once we have this text, I will send it to my school board for my child, my immediate local elected official. Why am I doing that? Because when I ask the senator, it's one constituent. When a local elected official asks him, the senator doesn't think it is one constituent. They think he's a local official. He's speaking for the people locally he represents. So if a state senator wrote a letter to, let's take the case of New Jersey. New Jersey is nearby. I like them, even though they hate me. He's laughing. I wanted that. Thank you. Thank you. So if an individual comrade wrote to their senators like, we want that to happen, that is great. When you pass it to the person in your school board for your child, who's also an elected official, say, hey, listen, these people are killing us. And that's why this narrative that says we just want to stop the violence against, that's why when I say sometimes my stomach hurts, against the minority Anglophone people, I'm like, oh, I wanted to say Ambazonia, but no problem. forget about Ambazonia, just get the sanctions now. You can talk about that later. But we just want to stop the violence against the minority Anglophone in Cameroon by the majority French government. Use the words of the US on the Secretary of State. The violence directed at or whatever, just don't complicate it with, we have independent, we need a right. That is too complicated. Your local official will just want to stop the killings. And the question is, what do you want from me? Can you help me send a letter to Senator Menendez we are asking for him to trigger the Magnitsky Act, and the letter that we're writing details what the Magnitsky Act does. It just punishes the people who are doing all the killings. And we're also asking him to write a letter to the ambassador to pass a resolution to call for an end to the violence. I mean, any school leader, any local elected official would be comfortable to participate in that kind of a stuff, because it's clear to them that you're not asking for something that they're going to end up on one side or the other. So that's how every local official that participates in a letter writing campaign increases the power of the letter, because the senator's office interprets the local official's letter as coming from a representative of people. The question, the other one, in terms of the questions of that applies for local counties and school boards and everything. Now, Ambazonia professionals at universities, professors at universities, like I explained before, we're trying to reshape this campaign to become academic freedom, to say the Nigerian government decided to cooperate with the Cameroon government to deprive these academic people of their right to express themselves the way they choose to by protesting in the streets in Nigeria for the freedom that they are teaching their students to do. So that's what we're working on. But we never finished that in Gabon. But this is what you can do right now. If you know any Ambazonian who's a professor in a university, you can just tell them that we're trying to build this up. And in the next months, we're going to get a meeting of all people associated with universities and professional institutions to try to propose a text that will be the basis for that campaign. And then from there, we're going to scale it out. But one very important piece is that every Ambazonian that you know who's a professor in a university, what you need to ask them to find out in their university is who is the representative of their university professional association. For teachers in the university, they have their association. In their department, they have their association. And then, of course, they have their student bodies and all of that. That Ambazonian professor needs to be present. We had kind of terrible situation where when we were trying to campaign last time, people were like, oh no, that professor, he never shows up. I'm not going to say the state, but I remember somebody calling me from a state, and I'm like, we need your university. And he was like, this guy is from your country? I'm like, why? What's your problem? And he's like, oh God, he's never in meeting. He's not an activist. I'm like, maybe he's doing work you don't know. So anyway, the point is that our people who are professors need to connect with the movement in their universities. The Black Lives Matter movement in their universities have a big voice. The student union leaders, the organizers, professional teachers association leaders, graduate student rights, all of those are critical pieces in this campaign that we believe, as it worked in Saudi Arabia, it will work to free our teachers too. Letters to the local newspaper, that is an incredible thing. If you send the letter campaign to your senator 3-4 times and nothing happens, I swear, pick your local newspaper, just look at any story. If it mentions anything international, just say, yeah, we have been trying to get our senator to try to stop the killing of innocent people over there. But for some reason, our senator has not been showing any interest in that. That would be a problem, because senators, you have to look at, like Dr. Zamar talked, local university campus newspapers. University, what do they have? 80, 90,000 students. No senators want that group of people to vote against them like a big chunk. So every senator kind of get on their knees immediately if they feel like there's something coming out of the university community in their place targeting at them. So that's, and then the issue of not every vote counts, about whip votes, that's true, brother. It's true that not every vote counts. Since we cannot compete with Cameroon government with their money that they are putting for stuff, we are left only to advocate, if it would be great if all of my British brothers were part of the Labour Party and they had helped to vote my guy who got kicked out last time, then maybe he would have been helping us out, because he has helped other people, including people in Syria. And I really thank Dr. Fontaine for that wonderful comment. And I have to say, I know people might think, oh, he's telling all this stuff. This is the difference. I'm telling all this stuff because I really want all of us to participate in the campaign. It's important. There are things that I wouldn't tell you because they can be counterproductive, but the part I'm telling you is very important. And that's the only part Cameroon cannot fight with us. So this is the thing. Cameroon pay how they call them, Squire Patton and Box, what, $800,000 a month. Their guy, they have 3 senators. Their 3 senators go and visit my senator, right? They come, my senator, they say, we want to come and visit you. My senator cannot say no because they are senators, former senators. They come to his office, to our office, and they say, well, you know, we have this problem in Cameroon. You know, Cameroon is a great, you know, country helping us in this counter-terrorism. They are not doing the best they could, but you know, if we cut the money, we're gonna have the terrorists are gonna take over. You don't want terrorists to take over. The difference though, is that my senator will listen to those 3 different senators until my senator hear from 500 people from my Minnesota, 500 ordinary citizens sending a letter saying, we want you to do this. The message is clear. Either you're going to lose your vote as a senator because your people are going to vote you out when the elections come, or you're going to, you know, take the money that the lobbyists are putting in your campaign. So that is the competition. That's every time Cameroon government dials up the amount of lobbyists they get, we only need to dial up the amount of people we mobilize. Churches, schools, students, our kids, their friends. The more the number of people we get participating in our campaign, the more their money becomes useless. Because their lobbyists can go there, but no senator would, very rare that a senator votes against their constituents. Most of the time the senator, and then think about it, I mean, think about it, the Rohingya, they are less than 1/10 the population of Ambazonians in this country. But they got the United States Senate to pass 2 bills on their behalf, House 2 bills, sanctions. The United States went to the UN. The French and everybody, and the British, everybody was able to come. Now it's true, they had different interests. But the point I'm trying to make is that I'm not going to share information here that will hurt some of the people that are telling us stuff in the back, what to do, what not to do, and all of that. But the most important weapon we have is our bodies here in this country. Everybody has come to this country to solve their problem. The Irish were being killed by the British. They came to the United States, organized here, deprived the British of money and threatened them, and Britain negotiated with the Irish. The Italians over there from northern Italy, they were making hell there. The Italians came to the United States, organized, and pressured the Italian government to behave well. The Rohingyas, they were being killed. Their group here organized themselves. There are more Ambazonians here than there are Rohingyas here. We can do it, despite all the lobbying money. Thank you. That's why I'm begging. I beg you just I beg. Amen, bro. Yes, sir.
Do you have a number? Do you have a number to reach to message on WhatsApp in the back? assets and the assets and the assets. No, I just took the hand down. I thought he was about to speak.
Kingsley is here. Okay, yeah, I've made an effort to get to Irene Alobode, but I think she's finished for the day now. It's not always easy. I can't say the stuff that she was about to say. Yeah, no, I can't. But the only thing I can add to what Comrade Eben said, there are a few things. Number one, that softening of the narrative from Ambazonia to maybe Southern Cameroon or whatever you want to call it is extremely important. The heartbeat is when you approach somebody and you're telling them about Ambazonia, immediately they have a different thought in their mind. So without laboring on that point, softening that tone is important, but the message doesn't change. The action we need doesn't change. So people shouldn't feel compelled to use that name or feel like anything is changing if they're not using that name. Point number two, we are working on a galvanizing efforts towards contacting all the MPs in the UK. So linking up with what Comrade Eben was saying is very important. I'm hoping you'll be able to work with Comrade Irene and they can synchronize things, and then the UK can easily feed into what's going on. So those are just the 2 points I wanted to make. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Comrade. Before I say something, I would like to, first of all, appreciate what happened today, to thank Comrade Eben and to thank Ma For and Professor Anyangwe, who is no longer there. Like our comrades said before, Comrade Edmond, Dr. Edmond, that the town hall is playing a therapeutic role in our lives in this revolution. I think today was one of those days where you feel some new energy. You feel like there is fresh wind, and especially with the strength that came from Comrade Eben. Thank you all. So, so far, I would like to give a rundown of what we have been doing for the past, since we started. The first thing is that we have tried to organize ourselves. We should know that in a way, all of us are part of the civil society because we have all all sponsored maybe one project or the other through one of the civil society. If you have once given money to maybe Belinda Babila Foundation or to any other civil society movement in this revolution, you should know that you are a part of what is happening, because what they have been doing, they will continue doing it. But what we are trying to do is to better organize ourselves and to speak a common language. First of all, at the level of organization, we have we have created a committee, because the members or the committee members or the board of the civil society, Southern Cameroon Civil Society Network, are head or leaders of NGOs, of different civil society movements. So we have first of all started by creating committees to handle our different the different difficulties or the different things we have to solve or approach. We have a humanitarian affairs committee. We have a refugee support and relief committee. We have a project committee, and we have a financial resource and logistic committee. So, so far we have also received some requests for help. We have received requests from SCBC. We have received a request from one of our member organization, Teen Alive, who is taking care of young girls who are like, who lost their husbands or who have been abused during this revolution. So some of them are in Boya. They came there as IDPs. They ran away from the war in Kumba and other places, came to Boya and as IDPs, and unfortunately, the little home that they were living in also got burnt by fire. So these girls, they need help, they need some kind of rehabilitation, they need food, they need basic stuff to begin all over. So we have a request from this group. We also have a request from one of our NGOs that brought a very brilliant idea to see how we can build up a small, start a business scheme that the refugees will be running, and at the same time earning money to help other refugees or to improve the method that we are supporting the refugees. Because although we have been carrying on lots of projects to make them independent, it's still not enough. So we are improving and increasing what we are doing. So around ICOM, there is, we want to start a small restaurant where refugees can be running and at the same time earning money to take care of themselves. So these are the things we have that we have to attend to. And then we have, last week, we helped to operate one of our prisoners of war, one ex-fighter who is in the prison, got a hernia. He had this hernia for more than 6 months. We succeeded in operating him. He is now back in the prison. Yeah, the wound has to still heal, but we have done the operation. So we hope that is going to get better and be strong. And there is a second case with another prisoner who has a back problem that we are struggling to follow up and see how we can help. So at the moment, we are having a lot of demands. We want to appreciate all those who have at least signed in for the monthly payment. We should also realize that this monthly payment we are doing is not something that is going to stop now when the war stops. It's something that we may need to continue because we have to continue building up our society. So maybe it's really important that we get used to this aspect that we have to contribute something small monthly for our revolution, because the problems are coming every day and every minute, and we cannot even handle all what we have on our plate. But so far, these are the things that we are trying to make priorities to see what we can do. And we also know that wounded soldiers are part of our one of they fall under our humanitarian affairs, and they are also important to us. So the one part is important for us to see if we cannot just go and make a one-time donation, but a monthly donation so that we can continue attending to these situations. Thank you very much. Yeah. No, just continue, comrade. Yeah, thank you. I forgot. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Although you have already said some of the things that I wanted to say, I think it is important for the people of Southern Cameroons to realize that we might have been bruised by some happenings in this liberation struggle. But I believe that when the town hall, as transparent and as open as it is, brings to the attention of our people and makes it possible for our people to be able to interrogate and investigate what is going on, we should give our trust to what the civil society network is doing. The network has a process by which it dispenses assistance to the needy. And one of the things that the civil society network has achieved is that it has stamped down duplication of assistance, such that when a problem crops up, it is not 10 different people handling it at the same time. Everything is put together in one place so that we do not have money divested to areas that we cannot trace. So in terms of accountability and in terms of transparency, all donations that are coming in are accountable. So we are appealing very strongly, because one of the things we have discovered, and I'm talking also from experience, is that our people in detention are going through a lot. They are going through a lot of health problems, health difficulties, which require a lot of assistance, such that if like just this week alone, we got about 6 issues which the board is going to be examining next week, so that assistance can be given to them. So it is important that our people who have not yet started donating, who have been angry in the past, should please cool your tempers. Believe that for once, a crop of people have come who are ready to do things differently. And that by putting these heads together to do the work that is being done, the intention is to alleviate the cost on our people, so that even if you are giving only $20 a month, and we can get as many people as possible giving the $20 a month, then we can be able to provide and be sure that if it is food, our people in prison will not have food problems in the chronic manner in which they are having now, because their barns are dry, they don't have grain, they don't have anything. But I'm sure that once we have all the means necessary, the civil society organization and network should be able to lay a framework for supply of food that will take that off our list of worries. So my appeal again to everybody who is attending this town hall who has not yet made a gesture is that please find a place in your heart, find a place in your compassion to even put in something, and feel free to ask or to find out how your money is being used. You will not regret it. Thank you very much.
I would like to add that about how money is being used. We are going to be sending monthly report how we have spent the money, especially to donors, so that they have direct information about get the accountability that they want directly to them, so that we are not exposing everything out there. And then we should, just to add that we are really getting better organized. For instance, we got some call from refugees in Abongshe, because they heard that the civil society have come together, and they told us that they have not been having any help. They sent us pictures, they sent us videos. You could really see that they look even really, really thin, like what we used to see in Ethiopia, because nobody has reached this area. This is the boundary to Donga Mantung area. And then Better News is a group like Lagos, thanks to somebody, one of our sister, Matesi, who started putting Lagos together. Lagos is better organized, but we have some very good Amazonians that I will not call his name, who has been really helping to put them there together. And they are trying to readjust their attitude, either to leave Lagos and to go to other places where they can have a better environment. So I think that since we started the civil society network, we are getting closer and more direct touch with our people in a more organized manner. And if we can prove that by just looking at watch the WhatsApp forums. Before, we used to be there were many demands for help. This person has an accident, this person is sick, this person is hungry. These things have reduced because they are coming out directly to us. So just that Southern Cameroonians should know. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, thank you. I just wanted to point out that looking at the number of donations, when we started, we had an ambition or a goal to get 2,000 people. 2,000 people. And right now, I see we just have about 450 people, 50 plus people, which is far less than our goal. It's less than 3% of our goal. So what are we doing to make sure we do to get to that goal? I know last time, I know there was a resolution passed in the town hall that every town hall we have a section to try to augment to get some people to try to augment these numbers. But I've been seeing town hall go and come, and we have not been doing that. So I think we should go back and sit down and the drawing board and try to see how we're going to achieve that goal. Because it's a shame that for all it's more than a month now, we don't have more than 50. We have just 50 people plus.
Okay. Yeah, I would also like to add that we are making efforts to reduce the cost of donation. So we have applied for a gateway where it's already connected to this platform, but people can also pay in euro. So we have succeeded in having a small group of European donors. There are about 26 in the group. By the 15th, they will start doing the donation monthly directly in euros, so that there's not going to be any exchange rates, so that we have the money in the European zone, but it is transparent still, because it will still be seen on this platform and everything. We'll know how much is coming from the European zone, what's coming from US and stuff. So that's one effort, Gilles, that we have made to make it easier, so that people will not say that it's costing them too much to send money to US. So we have created the possibility for donors in Europe to be able to contribute in the European zone. So we need more people from Europe to join us in that group, so that we can grow that group to at least 300 people. Now we are at 26. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Comrade Ato. And then I wanted to thank Comrade Gis for that wonderful question. We would like to use this opportunity as well to plead with him that, does he have any suggestions, because we are all in this together, and if he have suggestions of how we can maybe reach out, he can propose them to the civil society network, and we would work with him, because yes, why we want this to be successful, all of us, we can guarantee we are all learners, so we don't know everything. So if you have suggestions, we will welcome them. Secondly, as well, like Comrade Ato said, we all have to be ambassadors. And therefore, I will plead that, we all go out there, even if it's our local community, Njangi groups, whatever, cultural association, we should try and pull them. And the civil society network is open and willing to have a meeting to talk to those groups. So if you manage to have 5 friends, and you think that there are some questions they want to ask and stuff like that, the civil society network is willing to send delegation, organize the meeting, and then they will come there, explain the process, explain what the platform is all about, and then they can make up their mind from there, because we understand with the incident of the past, people are wary, but we plead with everyone that give this a chance, because it will make the work lighter for all of us, and it will relieve the carnage a little bit, just so we can plan better and know what we are doing. Because in this revolution, I would say every month, if you believe in 2-3 forums, I will believe that you will get more than 100 humanitarian crises, and in that point, you chip in maybe 10 pounds, 5 pounds. Why don't we try and bring those resources together, put that 20 pounds, that 50 pounds, that 10 pounds we used to put a month, and make sure that when this crisis comes, we channel it to one area that can deal with all of that, or try to deal with them to the best of their ability. while we'll focus on other things. So those who are doing diplomacy can focus on diplomacy. Those who are doing education, like they can focus on the education. Those who need to pile materials can focus on that rather than trying to handle humanitarian, material piling, all of those things. So we plead with the House that please go on the website and chip in whatever you can. And if you have suggestions tonight, we are open and willing to hear them. Thank you.
So much. Take it away. Anna, Chris, not go back there. I'll not.
Hey, I'm here. Was I supposed to say anything? No, that's fine. Thank you. I wasn't planning on talking.
Yeah, no, I think we were hoping to say something, but we have to tarry again a little. I think you guys, you, Manasta, and the others have alerted the people, made them to understand that the work of the civil society is work for everybody. If people all only understood the type of work that is going behind, people spending much of their spare time from their work to dedicate for our people, I think they would all dip their hands into their pockets and help to support these initiatives. As of SCBC, we all know we don't have to oversay it again. Everybody who is here understands the meaning and importance of a television. We always repeat it, SCBC is nobody's property. It's property of Ambazonian people, people who want to see that there is a strong narrative that hits down on ground zero. And if this narrative is missing, the Republic relaxes. And as they relax, things continue to move in the wrong direction. So we hope that our comrades should like act. We need to bring back this television on air before the 11th of February. We have to bring it back on air. There are so many events that are going to take place between now and the 11th of February, especially the weekend of the 13th, as you have already announced. So many things going to happen, and it is just but wise and correct and fitting that we bring our own television back on air. So I wouldn't want to take much time. I want to appreciate everyone for the talk that has happened today, the great talk from our professors and our doctors. We need more of them in this revolution. We need them to be speaking to the people. We need them to motivate the people, because we need a new drive of momentum to pass across the different continents and pressure the international community to act on our behalf. Thank you.
I see Comeval unmuted themselves. Maybe they may want to say something, or maybe pass a motion.
No, it's okay.
I move a motion.
I second.
I was getting scared that we say the meeting is long and we don't want to end it.